If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. It was an ordinary evening when Nathan's phone rang. The faint glow of the setting sun filtered through his curtains, casting long shadows across the room. He had been idly scrolling through social media, only half paying attention, when the sudden ring broke the silence. The number was unknown, but something about it sent a chill down his spine. The time, 11:47 p.m., was an odd moment for anyone to call. He hesitated for a moment, his thumb hovering over the screen. Instinct told him to ignore it, but a strange compulsion urged him to answer. The phone buzzed again, almost insistently, as if the caller knew he was there, waiting. "Hello?" Nathan's voice came out quieter than he intended. There was a pause. Then, a voice, familiar yet unsettling, spoke from the other end. It was soft, almost a whisper, but the tone was unmistakable. It sounded like his sister, Jenna, who had passed away 3 years ago. "Nathan, can you hear me?" His heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be her. His mind raced to rationalize the situation. Someone must be playing a cruel joke. But the voice was so eerily accurate, so painfully real. He hadn't heard her voice in so long, yet this one mirrored it perfectly, down to the faint, melodic lilt she used when they were younger. "Who is this?" Nathan demanded, his voice trembling. The line crackled with static, but the voice continued, undeterred. "It's Jenna. Nathan, I need your help." Nathan's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't possible. It was some kind of sick prank, he told himself, but the part of him that longed to hear his sister again couldn't let go. "I don't know who you are, but this isn't funny," Nathan snapped, his voice rising. "My sister is gone." There was a brief pause, followed by a faint sigh. "I know, Nathan, but I'm still here. You have to listen to me." The silence that followed was deafening. Nathan's mind whirled as he tried to process the impossibility of the situation. Was he dreaming? Had someone stolen his sister's voice? Every logical explanation felt hollow, but the voice, her voice, kept pulling him back in. "What do you want?" Nathan whispered, his grip tightening on the phone. "I need you to find me," the voice said softly, almost pleading. "I've been waiting for you." The air in the room grew colder, and Nathan's stomach twisted with unease. His rational mind told him to hang up, to put an end to this bizarre conversation. But something inside him wouldn't let go. "Where?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "You'll know," the voice replied cryptically. "I left you something in the place we used to hide when we were kids." Nathan's heart pounded in his chest. The place she was referring to, an old, abandoned shed on the edge of town. It had been their childhood sanctuary, a place where they would escape the world and pretend to be pirates, explorers, and heroes. But that was years ago. The shed had long since fallen into disrepair, and Nathan hadn't thought about it in years. "Why now?" Nathan asked, his throat tight. "Why are you calling me after all this time?" "Because I need you, Nathan," the voice said, a hint of desperation creeping in. "There's something you have to see." Before he could respond, the line went dead. The sudden silence was deafening, and Nathan was left staring at his phone in disbelief. His hands were shaking, and his mind raced with 1,000 questions. Who had called him? Why did the voice sound so much like Jenna? Nathan set the phone down, his heart still racing. He wanted to dismiss it as some sort of sick joke, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt an undeniable pull toward the old shed. It had been years since he'd been there, but now the thought of it consumed him. What could possibly be waiting for him there? Nathan paced the room, trying to shake the feeling of dread that clung to him like a second skin. His rational mind told him to forget about the call, to move on and chalk it up to a cruel prank. But deep down, something gnawed at him. What if it wasn't a prank? What if there was something more to this? Before he knew it, he had grabbed his jacket and keys. The night air was cold and crisp as he stepped outside, the chill biting at his skin. The street was eerily quiet, and the only sound was the soft crunch of his footsteps on the pavement. As he walked toward his car, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Nathan drove in silence, the road ahead illuminated by the dim glow of his headlights. The journey to the shed was short, but every second felt like an eternity. His mind replayed the conversation over and over, trying to find some hidden meaning in the words. Could it really have been Jenna? Or was he losing his grip on reality? When he arrived at the edge of the woods, the shed loomed in the distance like a forgotten relic. Its wooden frame was weathered and broken, the once bright paint now faded and peeling. Nathan's stomach twisted with unease as he approached, the weight of the night's events pressing down on him. He stood at the entrance, his breath fogging in the cold air. Memories of his childhood flooded back. The laughter, the games, the safety of their secret hideaway. But now the shed felt different, darker, unwelcoming. Nathan pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust, and the floorboards groaned under his weight. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the forgotten remnants of their childhood adventures. Old toys, worn-out books, and a tattered blanket they used to sit on. And then he saw it, a small, dusty box in the corner. It was something he didn't remember from his childhood. He knelt down and carefully opened it, his heart pounding in his chest. Inside was a cassette tape, old and worn. A label on the front simply read, "For Nathan." Nathan stared at the cassette tape for what felt like an eternity. His fingers trembled as he picked it up, the weight of it heavier than he anticipated. The label, scrawled in familiar handwriting, sent a chill down his spine. He had seen that handwriting 1,000 times before, Jenna's unmistakable cursive, with its playful loops and slanted lines. But how? She'd been gone for years. The shed creaked as the wind picked up outside, the sound of rustling leaves and distant branches breaking the heavy silence. Nathan stood up, the tape clenched tightly in his hand, and turned to leave the shed. His thoughts raced as he made his way back to the car. There was no logical explanation for this. By the time he reached his car, the wind had grown stronger, howling through the trees. He slid into the driver's seat, the cassette still in his hand. Where was he even supposed to play this? It had been years since he'd used a cassette player. He rifled through the glove compartment, hoping by some miracle he had an adapter for his car's stereo system. But there was nothing. His mind raced. Why would anyone go to the trouble of leaving this tape in the shed, written in his sister's handwriting? And more importantly, what was on it? Nathan's curiosity gnawed at him. He had to find out. There was only one place he could go. The drive to his parents' house wasn't long, but it felt like a lifetime. Nathan hadn't been back there since Jenna's funeral. The memories tied to that house were too heavy, too painful to revisit. His parents had moved away not long after her death, unable to cope with the emptiness that filled the home. But the house itself remained, untouched and locked up. It was the only place that still had a working cassette player, an old stereo system in the living room that they had never gotten rid of. As he pulled up to the driveway, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The house looked just as it had when he was younger, though now it felt strangely abandoned, frozen in time. The front yard, once neatly trimmed and vibrant with flowers, was overgrown with weeds. The windows were dark, the house standing like a silent sentinel, waiting. Nathan hesitated, his hand resting on the door handle. He hadn't planned to come back here, hadn't even thought about it in years. But here he was, compelled by an eerie phone call and a cryptic cassette tape. He walked up to the front door, fishing out the spare key hidden beneath a loose brick in the porch. The key slid easily into the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open. The familiar scent of the house hit him immediately, a mix of old wood, faint perfume, and the lingering smell of home-cooked meals long since eaten. He flicked on the lights, illuminating the dim hallway. The living room was just as he remembered it. The old stereo system sat on a dusty shelf next to the outdated TV, looking like it hadn't been touched in years. Nathan approached it slowly, almost as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to take the next step. He placed the cassette into the deck and pressed play. For a moment, there was nothing but the soft whirring of the tape rolling. Nathan's heart pounded in his ears, each second dragging on as the silence stretched. Then, a voice crackled through the speakers. His blood ran cold. "Nathan, it's me, Jenna." The voice was unmistakable, clearer now, more certain than the one on the phone. It was her. Somehow, impossibly, it was Jenna. Nathan's knees buckled, and he sat heavily on the couch, unable to tear his eyes away from the stereo. "I don't have much time," the voice continued, a hint of urgency creeping into her tone. I know this is confusing, and you probably don't understand what's happening. But you have to trust me. I need you to follow the clues, Nathan. There's something I need to show you. Something important." Nathan's mind reeled. Follow the clues? Important? What could she possibly mean? His sister was dead. This was insane. Yet here he was, listening to her voice as if she were in the room with him. "There's a notebook," Jenna's voice said. "It's hidden in the attic. I left it there for you years ago. You'll understand everything once you find it. Please, Nathan, you have to do this. Time is running out." The tape ended abruptly, the room plunging into silence once more. Nathan sat frozen, his mind racing. The attic, the notebook, his sister's voice. None of this made any sense. But the pull, the compulsion to follow her words, was stronger than ever. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a cruel prank. Somehow, Jenna was reaching out to him, across time, across death, and she needed his help. Without another thought, Nathan stood and made his way up the creaking stairs to the attic door. The wooden steps groaned under his weight as he pulled the ladder down and climbed up into the dark, dusty space. The attic was exactly how he remembered it, cluttered with old furniture, boxes of forgotten belongings, and a thick layer of dust covering everything. He searched the corners, his flashlight cutting through the shadows as he moved. Then he saw it, an old, leather-bound notebook tucked away behind a stack of boxes. His heart raced as he picked it up, wiping away the dust. The cover was worn, the leather cracked with age, but when he opened it, the pages were filled with Jenna's handwriting. Page after page of cryptic notes, drawings, and instructions, things that made no sense at first glance. And then he saw it, a map leading to a location he didn't recognize, with a single word scrawled at the top of the page. Come. Nathan stared at the map, his pulse quickening. The lines were drawn in his sister's familiar handwriting, but the location was unfamiliar, an isolated spot in the woods, not far from where they had played as children. The place itself had no name, just a set of coordinates marked with a hastily drawn X. Beside the map, Jenna's scrawled word haunted him. Come. His breath came in short, uneven bursts as he closed the notebook, clutching it tightly in his hand. The attic, thick with dust and forgotten memories, suddenly felt claustrophobic, the weight of the past pressing in on him. Nathan had so many questions, but no answers would come until he followed Jenna's instructions. As he descended the ladder from the attic, his mind raced. He didn't know what he would find at the coordinates on the map. The rational part of him, the part that had been clinging to logic, wanted to throw the notebook aside, to dismiss all of this as some elaborate prank. But the voice on the tape, the familiarity of Jenna's handwriting, and the depth of the mystery pulled him deeper. Something was happening here, something that defied explanation, and he couldn't walk away now. Nathan grabbed his jacket and flashlight before heading back out into the night. The cold air hit him like a wave as he stepped outside. The stars hung like pinpricks of light against the black sky, and the wind whispered through the trees. He pulled the map from his pocket, staring at it again, as if he hoped it would give him more clarity. The spot wasn't far, maybe an hour's walk into the woods beyond his childhood home. The path that led to the forest was one he hadn't taken in years, but every step felt oddly familiar. Memories of playing with Jenna, running through the trees, pretending they were on great adventures, came flooding back. But this time, the forest seemed darker, more oppressive. The trees towered over him like silent sentinels, their bare branches scratching at the sky. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of leaves beneath his boots, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustling of animals hidden in the underbrush. Nathan's flashlight flickered as he ventured deeper into the woods, its beam casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. He kept glancing at the map, trying to orient himself with the landmarks he could barely make out in the dark. His breath fogged in the cold air, and the weight of the notebook in his jacket pocket reminded him of the strange, cryptic messages Jenna had left behind. After what felt like an eternity, he reached the spot marked on the map. It was a small clearing, surrounded by trees that seemed unnaturally still. In the center of the clearing stood a solitary stone, weathered and cracked by time. The stone was unremarkable at first glance, but as Nathan approached, his flashlight illuminated something strange. Symbols carved into the surface, glowing faintly in the darkness. Nathan's pulse quickened. These markings weren't something he recognized from their childhood games. They were intricate, almost ancient in design, spirals and lines weaving together in a pattern that made his head spin. His hand shook as he reached out, fingers brushing against the cool surface of the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. The forest was deathly quiet, and Nathan's breath hung in the air, frozen in time. But then, a low hum filled the clearing, vibrating through the ground and up into his legs. He stumbled back, his heart racing as the glow from the stone intensified, bathing the area in a soft, eerie light. The ground beneath the stone shifted, and Nathan watched in disbelief as the earth began to move, revealing a hidden compartment beneath the surface. Inside the small opening was an old, rusted metal box. His hand trembled as he reached for it, lifting the box out of the ground. The hinges creaked as he pried it open, revealing a bundle of old photographs and a piece of folded paper. Nathan's breath caught in his throat as he pulled out the photographs, his hands shaking. They were pictures of Jenna, pictures he had never seen before. Some were of them as children, playing in the woods, laughing and carefree. But others were recent, taken long after her death. The last photograph was the most chilling of all. It showed Jenna standing in the very clearing where Nathan now stood, her face pale and expressionless, her eyes hollow. And beside her was a shadowy figure, tall and indistinct, standing just out of focus. Nathan's stomach twisted with dread as he unfolded the paper. It was another message, written in Jenna's handwriting. "You're getting closer, Nathan, but you have to hurry. He knows you're here. Don't let him find you." Nathan's blood ran cold. Who was she talking about? And why did it feel like the shadows around him were closing in? Before he could fully process what he had found, a branch snapped in the distance. Nathan froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He scanned the tree line with his flashlight, but the beam revealed nothing, just more trees and darkness. But the feeling of being watched was undeniable. The wind picked up, whispering through the leaves, and Nathan knew he couldn't stay in the clearing any longer. Whatever had happened here, whatever Jenna had left for him, was only part of a much larger, more terrifying puzzle. Clutching the photographs and the note, Nathan shoved them into his jacket and hurried back toward the trail, his flashlight flickering weakly. Every step felt like a race against time, the shadows of the forest seeming to shift and twist around him. The feeling of being followed gnawed at him, an oppressive presence lurking just beyond his vision. As he finally broke through the tree line and reached the safety of his car, Nathan's mind raced. There was no denying it now. This was real. Jenna had left him a trail of breadcrumbs, and something, or someone, was watching his every move. But who? And why? Nathan sat in the car, breathing heavily, his hands shaking on the steering wheel. He pulled out the note again, reading Jenna's warning over and over. "He knows you're here." Who was he? And what had Jenna gotten herself into? As the engine roared to life and Nathan sped away from the woods, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something far darker than he could have ever imagined. Nathan drove with his mind in a whirl of questions and fear. The photographs of Jenna, the note warning him about someone who was watching him, played over and over in his mind like a broken record. What had his sister been involved in? And why had she reached out to him now, years after her death? His hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as the road blurred past, but his thoughts kept snapping back to the figure in the photograph, the shadowy presence beside Jenna. Who was it? What was it? As he neared the edge of town, he realized he couldn't go home. Not yet. The answers weren't in the safety of his apartment. They were still out there, somewhere in the mystery Jenna had left behind. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that someone, or something, was waiting for him to return. He had to confront this head-on. With a grim determination, Nathan turned the car in the direction of the one place that might hold more answers. An old cabin deep in the forest, a place that he and Jenna had visited as children during family camping trips. It had been abandoned for as long as he could remember, but it was where they had always gone to tell ghost stories and let their imaginations run wild. If there was anywhere Jenna would have hidden more clues, it would be there. The drive took him deeper into the wilderness, the road narrowing as the trees thickened around him. The cabin was isolated, far from any main roads or towns, and Nathan's phone had long since lost signal. The further he went, the darker the woods became, as though they were closing in on him. When he finally pulled up to the cabin, it was just as he remembered it, small, dilapidated, and half hidden by the overgrown brush. The windows were dark, and the wood had rotted in several places, but the structure still stood, a relic from a past that seemed almost unreal now. Nathan grabbed his flashlight and the notebook, stepping out of the car. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and moss, and the wind rustled the trees around him, creating an eerie, constant murmur. Every nerve in his body screamed for him to turn back, but he couldn't. Not now. He approached the cabin cautiously, pushing open the door with a loud creak. Inside, the darkness was oppressive, and the air was stale with the scent of decay. Dust floated in the beam of his flashlight as he scanned the room. The furniture was old, draped in cobwebs, and the floorboards groaned under his weight. Memories of childhood laughter and adventures filled the space. But now, those memories felt distant and tainted by the looming presence of the unknown. Nathan began searching the cabin, looking for anything that might connect to the cryptic messages Jenna had left. Drawers, cabinets, old storage boxes. Everything was examined, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. He felt a growing frustration. Why had Jenna sent him here? Then, a sound broke the stillness. It was soft at first, like a whisper carried by the wind, but unmistakable, the slow creak of footsteps on the wooden floor. Nathan froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Someone else was in the cabin. He turned sharply, sweeping his flashlight across the room, but there was no one there. The cabin was empty, or at least it seemed to be. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end as the footsteps grew louder, circling him, though he saw no one. Suddenly, the door to the cabin slammed shut with a deafening bang, sending a shockwave of terror through Nathan. He spun around, his flashlight shaking in his hand. The shadows seemed to twist and move, creeping closer with each passing second. "Who's there?" he shouted, his voice trembling. There was no answer, only the oppressive silence that followed. Nathan took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. His instincts screamed at him to run, but something held him in place. A pull, like a force tethering him to the spot. He couldn't leave, not without knowing what was happening. He had to find out who or what was tormenting him. Just as he was about to move toward the door, his flashlight flickered, then went out completely, plunging him into darkness. Panic gripped him. He fumbled with the flashlight, shaking it in a desperate attempt to get it working again. But as he did, a voice cut through the silence, low, raspy, and unmistakably familiar. "Nathan." He froze, his blood turning to ice. The voice was close, almost whispering in his ear, though he saw no one. It was Jenna's voice. "Nathan, you shouldn't have come here," the voice said, sounding both warning and regretful. "He's watching you." The words sent a wave of cold dread through his body. Nathan turned in circles, his eyes straining against the darkness, but there was no sign of his sister. The cabin was empty, completely and utterly empty, but the presence was undeniable. He could feel it. Something or someone was there, hidden in the shadows, watching him with an intensity that chilled him to the bone. "Who?" Nathan shouted, his voice echoing in the small room. "Who's watching me?" There was a pause, the air thick with tension. Then, Jenna's voice returned, softer now, filled with an emotion Nathan couldn't quite place. "You don't understand. I tried to stop him, but I was too late. You're next, Nathan. He's coming for you." Suddenly, the door to the cabin flew open with a violent gust of wind, and the temperature dropped dramatically. Nathan could see his breath now, the cold biting into his skin. The sense of dread intensified, and the shadows seemed to ripple as if something was moving within them. Nathan bolted for the door, his instincts kicking in. He ran out into the night, his heart pounding in his chest, the cold air burning his lungs. He didn't stop until he was back at his car, throwing the door open and jumping inside. His hands fumbled with the keys, and after what felt like an eternity, the engine roared to life. As he sped away from the cabin, his mind raced. Jenna had warned him about something terrible. But what? Who was the figure in the shadows? The one she said was coming for him. Nathan knew one thing for sure. This wasn't over. The notebook, the photographs, the map. It was all leading him deeper into something dark, something far more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. And now, the only thing left to do was to figure out how to stop it before it was too late. Nathan sat behind the wheel, his hands trembling as he drove through the dark, winding roads. His mind was a storm of emotions: fear, confusion, and a gnawing sense of urgency. The encounter in the cabin had rattled him to the core, and Jenna's voice still echoed in his ears. He kept replaying her words. "You're next, Nathan. He's coming for you." Who was he? What was this force that had haunted Jenna and now seemed to be closing in on him? And why had she waited until now, years after her death, to warn him? The answers weren't coming easily, but Nathan knew he couldn't run from this any longer. If he wanted to survive, he had to figure out what Jenna had gotten herself into before it consumed him too. After an hour of driving, he found himself back at his apartment. The building loomed in the darkness, looking far less like the safe haven he had always known and more like a temporary shelter against the storm that was following him. He parked the car, taking a moment to compose himself before heading inside. The air was still, too still, and the silence weighed on him as if the world was holding its breath. Once inside, Nathan locked the door behind him and leaned against it, exhaling shakily. The apartment was dimly lit, shadows pooling in every corner. His eyes swept the room, half expecting to see movement out of the corner of his vision, but everything remained still. He needed to think, to process what had just happened. He pulled the photographs and note out of his jacket pocket, spreading them on the coffee table. Jenna's pale face stared back at him from the pictures, her eyes empty and cold. The figure standing next to her, blurred, dark, and ominous, sent a shiver down his spine every time he looked at it. The note she had left in the hidden compartment beneath the stone echoed her warning. "You have to hurry. He knows you're here. Don't let him find you." Nathan's mind churned with possibilities. He thought back to the messages she had left in the notebook, the strange symbols on the stone, the voice in the cabin. Everything was connected, but how? And why had she chosen this moment to reveal these secrets? Desperate for clarity, Nathan picked up the photographs and examined them more closely. There had to be something he was missing, some clue that would help him piece this puzzle together. His eyes scanned every detail, focusing on the background of each photo, looking for anything unusual. Then in one of the older photographs, one of them as children, Nathan noticed something odd. It was a picture of him and Jenna, standing in the woods near the old cabin. They were smiling, carefree, completely oblivious to the dark future that awaited them. But in the background, barely visible through the trees, was the faint outline of a figure. Nathan's blood ran cold. The figure was blurred, just like in the recent photos of Jenna, but the shape was unmistakably human. How could he have missed this before? His heart raced as he searched through more photos, his hands shaking. The figure was there, again and again, lurking in the background of their childhood memories, watching, always watching. It was as if it had been following them for years, hiding just out of sight, waiting for its moment. Nathan's breath quickened as the realization sank in. Whatever this entity was, it hadn't just appeared when Jenna died. It had been there all along, watching them from the shadows. But why? The sound of his phone buzzing on the coffee table jolted Nathan from his thoughts. He grabbed it, his hands still trembling, and saw an unknown number flashing on the screen. Against his better judgment, he answered. "Hello," he said, his voice unsteady. At first, there was only static, a faint crackling noise that made Nathan's skin crawl. But then, through the distortion, a voice broke through. It was soft, barely above a whisper, but unmistakable. "Nathan." His heart stopped. It was Jenna's voice again. "Nathan, you don't have much time. He's getting closer. You need to find the truth, or it will be too late." "Jenna?" Nathan's voice cracked, desperation creeping in. "What's happening? Who is he? What is he?" There was a long pause, and for a moment, Nathan thought the line had gone dead. But then, Jenna's voice returned, quieter this time, almost drowned out by the static. "He's been watching us for years. It's not human, Nathan. I thought I could stop it, but I was wrong." It's stronger than we ever imagined. Nathan's throat tightened. What do you mean it's not human? Jenna, please tell me what's going on. Before she could respond, the line went dead, leaving Nathan in suffocating silence. He stared at the phone, his heart pounding in his chest. His sister's warning rang in his ears. It's not human. What has she been up against? What was this thing that had been stalking them, hiding in their memories, and now reaching out to him through the darkness? His mind raced with questions, but one thing was clear. This was no longer about finding out what happened to Jenna. It was about survival. Whatever this entity was, it was coming for him now, and it wouldn't stop until it had him. Nathan gathered the photographs, the notebook, and Jenna's cryptic notes, trying to think of his next move. There had to be a way to end this, some way to stop the thing that had been haunting them. But how? Where did he even begin? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the hallway outside his apartment, jolting him to his feet. His heart skipped a beat as he rushed to the door, pressing his ear against it. The hallway was silent, but the tension in the air was palpable. He stood there listening for any sign of movement. His mind raced, wondering if this was it, if the thing Jenna had warned him about had finally found him. His breath came in short, shallow bursts as he waited, every second stretching into an eternity. Then, there was again another bang, closer this time, and this time, it was followed by the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving toward his door. Nathan's pulse quickened. He knew he couldn't stay here. Whatever was outside, it was coming for him. He had to get out now. Grabbing his jacket and the notebook, Nathan bolted for the window. His apartment was on the second floor, but right now, a 2-story drop seemed like a better option than waiting for whatever was in the hallway to reach him. He shoved the window open, climbed out onto the fire escape, and made his way down to the street below. As he hit the ground, he glanced up at the window of his apartment. The light flickered inside, casting eerie shadows on the walls, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. Nathan didn't wait to find out what had been at his door. He started running, his feet pounding against the pavement as he disappeared into the night. The streets were empty, the city silent, but he knew it was only a matter of time before the shadows caught up to him. He needed answers, and fast. If he was going to survive this, he had to find out what Jenna had known and how to stop whatever had been following them for all these years. And somewhere deep down, Nathan knew that the truth was darker than he could have ever imagined. Nathan ran through the deserted streets, his breath ragged, his pulse pounding in his ears. The city, usually so alive with movement, felt eerily dead tonight. Street lights flickered ominously, casting long shadows that danced and twisted as if they were alive. Every dark corner seemed like a potential hiding place for the unseen threat that loomed ever closer. He had no destination in mind, only the overwhelming instinct to keep moving, to put as much distance between himself and whatever had been stalking him in the apartment. His mind raced alongside his body, struggling to piece together the fragments of the mystery Jenna had left behind. What was this entity that had been watching them? Why had it targeted him and Jenna? And more importantly, how could he escape its grasp before it claimed him, as it had claimed her? As the city streets blurred into a maze of indistinguishable buildings and alleys, Nathan's feet finally led him to a place he hadn't been in years, an old library. It was one of the few places where Jenna used to spend her time researching during her final days, obsessed with finding answers. He wasn't sure why he had come here, but something about the memory of her poring over dusty old books and ancient manuscripts made him feel as if this was where he needed to be. The library was dark, save for a single dim light above the entrance. Nathan hesitated for a moment, catching his breath, before pushing the heavy doors open. Inside, the air was thick with a musty scent of old books, and the silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the faint hum of the overhead lights. Nathan quickly made his way to the section Jenna used to frequent, an area filled with texts on folklore, the occult, and unexplained phenomena. It had always seemed like harmless curiosity back then, but now, knowing what he did, he realized how deep her obsession had run. He ran his fingers over the spines of the books, searching for something, anything, that could give him a clue. His eyes scanned the titles: Spirits of the Forgotten, The Watchers Among Us, Old Gods of the Shadows. His hand paused over a particularly worn volume, The Unseen Ones. entities beyond human perception. He pulled it from the shelf and sat down at a nearby table, flipping through the brittle pages. The book was dense with accounts of people who had encountered strange, malevolent forces, entities that could manipulate perception, follow their victims for years, and ultimately drive them to madness. Nathan's heart sank as he read through the chilling descriptions. It all felt too familiar. He found a section on shadow stalkers, beings that existed just beyond the veil of human awareness, invisible but always present, watching and waiting. They thrived on fear, feeding off the paranoia and terror of those they chose to follow. The book described them as ancient, nearly impossible to banish, and capable of haunting their victims for years without detection. As he read, Nathan felt a cold dread settle in the pit of his stomach. It matched everything he had experienced: the figure in the photographs, the cryptic phone calls, the feeling of being watched. This was what Jenna had been trying to warn him about, and now it was coming for him too. But the book offered little in terms of solutions. There were no easy ways to escape the grip of these entities. Some survivors had managed to stave them off temporarily with protective wards or rituals, but nothing was guaranteed. Many victims simply disappeared, vanishing without a trace, their fates unknown. Nathan closed the book, his mind spinning. He needed something more concrete, something actionable, but where could he find it? Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out from the shadows. "Nathan." He froze, his blood turning to ice. He slowly turned his head, expecting to see the dark figure that had haunted his nightmares. But instead, standing in the dim light of the library's entrance, was an older woman. Her face was lined with age, but her eyes were sharp and full of intent. Nathan didn't recognize her at first, but there was something in her expression that stirred a distant memory. "I've been waiting for you," she said, her voice low and steady. "You're in danger, just like your sister." Nathan stared at her, his mind racing. "Who are you?" he demanded, backing away instinctively. "How do you know about Jenna?" The woman stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. "My name is Eleanor. I was a friend of your mother's, long ago. I knew Jenna was in trouble, but by the time I reached her, it was too late." She paused, her gaze hardening. "But it's not too late for you." Nathan's breath caught in his throat. "What do you mean? What's happening to me?" Eleanor's face softened with sympathy, but her tone remained firm. "The entity that's following you is old, older than you can imagine. It doesn't want you for who you are. It wants what's inside you. Your fear, your energy. It's been feeding on your family for generations, waiting for the right moment." Nathan felt a wave of nausea. "What do you mean, my family? You're saying this thing has been after us for, what, years? Decades?" She nodded slowly. "Your mother knew. So did Jenna. But they couldn't stop it. It's persistent, patient, and now it's closing in on you." Nathan's heart pounded in his chest. "How do I stop it? How do I get away?" Eleanor's expression grew darker. "You don't get away from it. You face it." Nathan's eyes widened. "Face it? How?" "The same way your sister tried to," she said gravely. "But you have to be smarter. There are rituals, old ways to weaken its grip, but they're dangerous. If you're not careful, you could make things worse." Nathan swallowed hard, his pulse racing. "What do I have to do?" Eleanor pulled a small, worn book from her coat and handed it to him. "This is an old text, a guide to the rituals, but they're not complete. Some of the pages are missing. You'll have to find the rest." Nathan took the book, his fingers trembling as he opened it. The pages were yellowed and fragile, filled with arcane symbols and instructions written in a language he didn't understand. "I don't have time for this," he muttered, flipping through the pages. "I need something that works now." Eleanor placed a hand on his shoulder. "There is no quick fix, Nathan. You either learn how to fight it, or you become its next victim." Nathan's mind was a whirlwind of fear and desperation. He didn't know if he could do this, if he was strong enough to face whatever was stalking him. But he knew one thing for sure. He had no choice. "I'll help you," Eleanor said, her voice firm. "But you have to trust me." Nathan met her gaze, uncertainty gnawing at him. Could he trust her? Could he really put his life in the hands of a stranger who claimed to know his family's darkest secrets? Before he could respond, a loud crash echoed from outside the library, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and drawing closer. Eleanor's eyes widened. "It's here." Nathan's heart dropped. He turned to the door, his mind screaming for him to run, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. Eleanor grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the back of the library. "We need to go now." Without another word, Nathan followed her into the darkened halls, his pulse racing as the shadows outside closed in. Nathan and Eleanor rushed through the narrow hallways of the library, their footsteps echoing ominously in the quiet. Every corner seemed darker, the shadows more menacing. The sensation of being watched intensified with each passing second, making Nathan feel as though the walls themselves were closing in on him. "Where are we going?" Nathan asked, his voice barely a whisper, trying to keep up with Eleanor's surprisingly fast pace. "We need to get to a safe place, at least for now," Eleanor replied, her voice steady but tense. "The entity can't fully manifest in certain spaces, but we don't have long. It knows we're close to something important." They reached a small, unmarked door at the far end of the library, hidden behind a row of towering shelves. Eleanor quickly unlocked it with an old brass key and ushered Nathan inside. The room was small, almost like a forgotten study, filled with dusty books and ancient relics. A single, dim light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting long shadows across the cluttered floor. Nathan shut the door behind him, breathing heavily. "What is this place?" "An old study room, one of the few spots left in this city where it can't reach you directly," Eleanor said, crossing to a desk and opening a drawer filled with old maps and letters. "It's protected by ancient wards, but they won't hold forever." Nathan's gaze darted around the room, noting the strange symbols etched into the wooden walls and the faint smell of incense lingering in the air. "How did you know about this place?" Eleanor hesitated for a moment before answering. "I've been fighting this thing for a long time. Your family isn't the only one it's haunted, but you're the last link in the chain. If we don't stop it now, it will keep feeding." Nathan swallowed hard, the weight of her words sinking in. "You said earlier that my mother and Jenna knew about this. Why didn't they stop it?" Eleanor pulled out an old, faded letter from the drawer and handed it to him. "They tried, Nathan. But the truth is, the entity is far older and more powerful than any of us ever realized. Your mother spent years researching it, trying to find a way to break the curse. Jenna followed in her footsteps, but she got too close too quickly. The entity became stronger because of her fear." Nathan's fingers trembled as he unfolded the letter. It was written in his mother's handwriting, the words hurried and frantic. "It's coming for us again. I thought I could outrun it, but I was wrong. Jenna is in danger, and I don't know how to protect her. If you're reading this, Nathan, it means I've failed. But you can't stop fighting. You're stronger than I ever was. Don't let it win." His heart clenched as he read the final line, barely legible, as though his mother had written it in a moment of desperation. "Trust Eleanor. She knows more than I ever did." Nathan looked up at Eleanor, his throat tight. "Why didn't you tell me all this sooner? Why wait until now?" Eleanor sighed, her expression filled with regret. "Because I wasn't sure you were ready to face it. Jenna, she wasn't ready, and it cost her everything. I didn't want the same fate for you. But now," Nathan pressed. Eleanor's eyes hardened with resolve. "Now, we don't have a choice. It's coming, and the only way to survive is to confront it head-on." Nathan felt the weight of her words pressing down on him, suffocating him with the knowledge that his fate, and the fate of his family, was hanging by a thread. "So what's the plan? How do we stop it?" Eleanor motioned to the small book she had given him earlier. "That book contains the rituals, but it's incomplete. The missing pages were torn out long ago, possibly by someone who didn't want the truth to be found. But there's still a way. We need to recreate the ritual using what we know, and your bloodline." "My bloodline?" Nathan's voice cracked. Eleanor nodded. "This entity is tied to your family in ways I don't fully understand, but your blood holds the key to severing its connection. That's why it's been following you, waiting for the right moment to strike." Nathan's mind reeled. His blood? He had never imagined that something so personal could be the key to either his salvation or destruction. "We need to perform the ritual at the place where it all started," Eleanor continued, her tone grave. "The old house. That's where your family first encountered it, and that's where we'll finish it." "The old house." Nathan hadn't been there since he was a child, but he remembered it well. The decaying walls, the overgrown garden, the feeling of dread that lingered in every corner. It had been his family's ancestral home, abandoned for years after his mother fled, taking him and Jenna with her. "You want me to go back there?" Nathan asked, his voice trembling. "That place is a nightmare." Eleanor's gaze softened. "I know it's terrifying, but it's the only way. If we don't end this now, it will never stop." Nathan closed his eyes, trying to steady his racing heart. Everything about this felt wrong, like stepping into a trap he couldn't escape. But what choice did he have? If he didn't confront the entity, it would continue to hunt him, just as it had hunted his mother and Jenna. He opened his eyes and nodded. "Okay, I'll do it." Eleanor placed a hand on his shoulder, her grip firm and reassuring. "You're stronger than you think, Nathan. We'll face it together." Before they could move, a sudden chill swept through the room, extinguishing the single light bulb and plunging them into darkness. Nathan's breath caught in his throat as he heard a soft, familiar whisper. "Nathan." It was Jenna's voice, but twisted and distorted, as if coming from far away. He backed away, his heart pounding in his chest. "No!" The shadows in the room seemed to shift and writhe, as though something was moving just beyond the edges of his vision. Eleanor stepped in front of him, her hand outstretched. "It's trying to break through the wards," she said, her voice tense. "We need to leave. Now." Nathan didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing the book and shoving it into his jacket, he followed Eleanor out of the room, the unsettling whispers growing louder as they hurried down the darkened hallway. But as they reached the entrance, Nathan couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. The entity was closer now, its presence more palpable than ever before. They stepped outside into the cold night air, the streets eerily silent. Nathan glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see the shadowy figure lurking in the distance. "To the house," Eleanor said, her voice resolute. "We have no time to lose." Nathan nodded, but as they made their way through the empty streets, a chilling thought crossed his mind. What if they were already too late? The drive to the old house was suffocatingly quiet, the air thick with tension. Nathan gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, as he followed Eleanor's directions. Every streetlight they passed flickered ominously, as if the darkness itself was creeping closer, trying to swallow them whole. The city streets soon gave way to a winding road, leading them into the outskirts of town, where the houses were sparse and the trees seemed to loom larger, casting long, twisted shadows over the path ahead. Nathan could barely bring himself to speak. His mind raced with the enormity of what was about to happen. The thought of confronting the entity in the very place where it had first sunk its claws into his family made his stomach churn. And yet, there was a strange sense of inevitability to it all, as though this moment had been coming for years, slowly creeping towards him while he remained oblivious. Eleanor, sitting beside him, was focused, her eyes scanning the road ahead. She had been in this battle much longer than he had, but Nathan could tell even she was on edge. Whatever they were about to face, it was unlike anything either of them had encountered before. "We're almost there," Eleanor said quietly, breaking the silence. "Remember, Nathan, it feeds off fear. You need to keep your mind clear. No matter what you see or hear, don't let it get to you." Nathan nodded, though he wasn't sure how he was supposed to manage that. The entity had already torn apart his sense of reality, twisting his perception of the world. How was he supposed to face something so powerful without succumbing to the terror it thrived on? The road turned sharply, and there, at the end of the gravel path, stood the house. It was exactly as Nathan remembered it, though now even more decayed. The once grand mansion, now nothing more than a hollow shell, sat like a forgotten relic in the middle of the forest, its windows dark and empty, like lifeless eyes staring out at them. Nathan slowed the car to a stop, his hands trembling as he stared at the house. Memories flooded back. His mother's frantic warnings, Jenna's screams in the night, the overwhelming sense of dread that had seeped into every corner of the place. He had thought he'd never see it again. "We have to go inside," Eleanor said, her voice firm, but there was a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. "It won't be easy, Nathan. The entity will do everything it can to stop us from completing the ritual." Nathan swallowed hard. And if we fail? Eleanor didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached in her bag and pulled out several small vials filled with a glowing blue liquid. We won't fail. Nathan took a deep breath and nodded, though fear gnawed at his insides. He stepped out of the car, feeling the cold night air bite into his skin. Eleanor followed, her expression resolute, as they approached the front door of the house. The air around them felt heavier, thicker, as though the house itself was alive, watching, waiting. Nathan's footsteps echoed unnervingly as he stepped onto the porch. He reached for the doorknob, but Eleanor stopped him. "Wait." She handed him one of the vials. "Drink this. It's a protective tonic. It won't make you immune to the entity, but it will help dull its influence." Nathan hesitated for a moment before uncorking the vial and downing the bitter liquid. A warm, tingling sensation spread through his body, but the fear still gnawed at him. Eleanor motioned for him to open the door, and with a deep breath, he turned the knob. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the dark, decaying interior of the house. The air inside was thick with the smell of mold and rot, and the oppressive silence weighed down on them as they stepped inside. The hallway stretched out before them, its walls covered in peeling wallpaper, the floorboards creaking under their weight. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest as they moved deeper into the house, every corner filled with the eerie sensation of being watched. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from the floor above, followed by a faint whisper. His name, called in a voice he recognized all too well. "Nathan." He froze, his blood turning to ice. It was Jenna's voice, soft and fragile, just like he remembered it. Eleanor grabbed his arm. "Don't listen to it. It's not real." But the voice came again, this time louder, more insistent. "Nathan, help me." Against his better judgment, Nathan turned his head toward the staircase. The darkness at the top seemed to beckon him, pulling him in. "I have to go up there," he whispered, his voice shaking. "No," Eleanor snapped, pulling him back. "That's what it wants. If you follow it, you'll never come back. Focus on the task at hand." Nathan clenched his fists, trying to push down the overwhelming urge to follow the voice. Jenna wasn't real. She couldn't be. And yet, the sound of her calling for him was so vivid, so heart-wrenchingly familiar. Eleanor led him away from the stairs, guiding him through the decaying house until they reached the living room. In the center of the room, on the cracked wooden floor, was a large, circular symbol, faintly glowing in the dim light. "This is where the ritual needs to take place," Eleanor said, kneeling down beside the symbol. "It's a binding circle. We'll need to use your blood to seal the entity inside and break its hold on your family." Nathan's pulse quickened as he looked down at the symbol. It was ancient, the markings unfamiliar, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. Eleanor pulled out a small knife from her bag and handed it to Nathan. "We don't have much time. It knows we're here." Nathan took the knife, his hand trembling as he stared at the blade. "And this will work? It will stop it?" Eleanor met his gaze, her expression serious. "It's our only chance." He hesitated for a moment before pressing the blade to his palm. The sharp sting of pain made him wince, but he held steady as the blood began to drip onto the symbol below. The moment his blood touched the circle, the entire room seemed to shift, the air growing colder, the shadows deepening. A low, guttural growl echoed through the house, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. "It's coming," Eleanor whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to finish this now." Nathan watched as the glowing circle flared to life, the symbols pulsing with a faint blue light. But just as they began to complete the ritual, a deafening crash came from the hallway, followed by a voice that made Nathan's heart stop. "Nathan!" It was Jenna again, her voice filled with pain and fear. He turned, his body moving on instinct, only to see a dark figure standing at the entrance of the room. It was Jenna, or at least it looked like her. Her eyes were hollow, her skin pale and bruised, but there was no mistaking the face. "Nathan, please help me." The ritual was nearly complete, but the sight of her, the sound of her voice, was too much. He took a step toward her, but Eleanor grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "No, it's not her." But Nathan couldn't pull his eyes away from the figure. It was Jenna. It had to be. "Nathan, please don't leave me." The words cut through him like a knife, and for a brief moment he faltered. And that moment was all it took. The room plunged into darkness, the glowing circle flickering and fading as the entity's presence filled the space. The air grew thick with the stench of decay, and the walls seemed to close in around them. Eleanor's voice was distant, drowned out by the overwhelming sound of whispers and growls. Nathan barely heard her as she screamed his name. The moment Nathan faltered, everything fell apart. The world around him dissolved into chaos. The air turned bitterly cold, filled with whispers that swirled like a blizzard of voices, each vying for his attention. Darkness consumed the room, and the figure of Jenna, no, the entity, stood frozen at the entrance, its hollow eyes locked on him. Eleanor's voice cut through the madness, desperate and panicked. "Nathan, focus. It's not her. Finish the ritual." But his heart was torn. Jenna looked so real, her pale, bruised face staring at him with pleading eyes. She took a step forward, and then another. Each movement seemed to send shockwaves through Nathan's resolve. It was as though his mind was unraveling, caught between the hope that this was his sister and the reality of the nightmare he had been thrust into. "Please, Nathan," Jenna whispered, her voice dripping with sorrow. "You left me. Don't leave me again." Nathan felt the knife in his hand growing heavier, his grip weakening. His head spun as the room's atmosphere became stifling, like a weight pressing down on his very soul. His breath quickened, and for a fleeting moment, he wondered if it was really Jenna, if somehow, against all odds, she had survived. But Eleanor didn't give him time to fully collapse into that dangerous fantasy. Suddenly, she shoved him, knocking the knife from his hand and slamming the protective vial of glowing blue liquid onto the floor, creating a burst of light that temporarily drove the darkness back. Nathan blinked, disoriented, as the momentary brightness exposed the truth. The creature that had taken Jenna's form shrieked and recoiled, its once human appearance melting away, revealing a monstrous figure, a twisted amalgamation of shadows and rotting flesh, eyes burning with malice. "Nathan!" Eleanor shouted again, this time with urgency that cut through his haze. "This is what it does. It takes what you love and twists it. Don't let it win." Nathan's heart thundered in his chest. The creature, the entity, let out an ear-piercing screech, its voice shifting, becoming every familiar tone Nathan had ever known. His mother, Jenna, even his own voice, distorted and maddening. It was a chaotic orchestra of lies, trying to pull him further into despair. Nathan staggered backward, clutching his head as the voices invaded his mind. Memories of Jenna, of the night she disappeared, of the guilt he had carried for so long. Everything swarmed him, making it hard to think, hard to move. He had failed her once. Was this his punishment? But then Eleanor's face appeared before him, her eyes filled with determination. She grabbed him by the shoulders and forced him to meet her gaze. "This is not Jenna," she said through gritted teeth. "It's using your guilt against you. You have to let her go, Nathan. It's the only way we can stop this." Nathan's mind spun, but deep down, he knew she was right. This wasn't Jenna. Jenna was gone. This thing, this monster, was feeding on his pain, using it to break him. If he gave in now, it wouldn't just destroy him, it would consume everything. With a trembling hand, he picked up the knife once more. The weight of it felt different now, heavier with the knowledge of what he had to do. His heart ached as he turned away from the creature, blocking out its pleas, its twisted imitations of his sister's voice. Eleanor was already back at the ritual circle, her hands moving swiftly as she chanted in a language Nathan didn't understand. The blue glow from the symbols began to return, growing brighter with each word she spoke. The entity, sensing the shift in power, screeched again, lunging toward them, its form shifting between grotesque shapes. Nathan, his focus clearer now, knelt beside Eleanor. Blood still trickled from his hand, and as the drops fell onto the circle, the symbols flared even brighter. The creature recoiled, its screams growing more desperate. "Hold on, Nathan," Eleanor said between breaths, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "We're almost there." But the entity wasn't done yet. It thrashed violently, its form flickering in and out of existence. The house shook with its fury, the walls groaning, as if the very structure was trying to collapse on top of them. "Fools," the entity hissed, its voice reverberating through the air. "You think you can contain me? I am your fear. I am everything you hide from. You cannot escape me." Nathan gritted his teeth, pushing through the fear that gnawed at his insides. He could feel the entity's presence in his mind, trying to worm its way back in, to make him doubt, to make him weak. But this time he wouldn't let it. As Eleanor completed the final chant, the glowing circle blazed with light, and the air around them seemed to hum with energy. The entity let out one final, bone-chilling scream, its form convulsing violently as the power of the ritual bound it to the circle. For a moment, the room was filled with an almost unbearable light, so bright that Nathan had to shield his eyes. The creature writhed, its body disintegrating into dark tendrils of smoke that were sucked into the glowing symbols on the floor. The screams echoed through the house, growing fainter and fainter until, finally, there was nothing but silence. Nathan fell back, exhausted, as the light faded. The room returned to its decayed, dilapidated state, but the oppressive presence that had once filled it was gone. Eleanor sat beside him, breathing heavily, her face pale but triumphant. "It's over," she whispered. Nathan's heart still raced, the adrenaline coursing through him, but he could feel the truth in her words. The entity was gone. The nightmare that had haunted his family for so long was finally over. But as the silence settled around them, a new realization began to creep into Nathan's mind. The entity may have been defeated, but the scars it had left behind, the memories, the guilt, the loss, those would never truly fade. The silence in the house was overwhelming. The oppressive darkness had lifted, the air no longer thick with tension, but Nathan could still feel the weight of everything that had happened. It was as if the entity had left behind an imprint, a shadow that would never fully leave him. He sat on the floor, staring at the now faded symbols in the ritual circle, his mind numb with exhaustion. Eleanor stood quietly beside him, her eyes scanning the room, making sure that there were no remnants of the entity left behind. The soft glow from the moon filtered through the shattered windows, casting long, eerie shadows across the floor. But the danger was gone, at least the physical danger. Nathan's thoughts turned inward, to the real battle he now faced, the battle with himself. His heart ached as he thought of Jenna. The guilt, which had haunted him for years, felt raw again. Even though he had fought and survived, even though he had banished the entity, nothing could change the fact that he had failed her once, that she was truly gone. Eleanor knelt beside him, her voice gentle but firm. "Nathan, you did it. You broke the curse. The entity is gone." Nathan looked at her, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. "But Jenna, she's still gone, and I can't change that." Eleanor's eyes softened, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. "No, you can't. But what happened tonight wasn't just about the entity. It was about you. The guilt you've been carrying, it's been eating you alive. The entity fed on that, manipulated it. But now, you have a chance to let it go." Nathan shook his head slowly, staring down at his hands, which still trembled from the ordeal. "I don't know if I can. I've spent so long blaming myself. I don't know how to move on." Eleanor sighed softly, her own exhaustion evident in the slump of her shoulders. "You don't have to know how right now, but you've taken the first step. You faced your fear, your guilt. That's more than most people ever do." The words hung in the air, but Nathan wasn't sure if he believed them. The house, with all its memories, still felt haunted, if not by an actual entity, then by the past. Jenna's laughter echoed in his mind, followed by the final moments when she vanished from his life. He wondered if he would ever truly be free of that pain. Eleanor stood, extending a hand to help him up. "Come on, we can't stay here." Nathan took her hand, pulling himself to his feet. The room felt colder now, like the house was finally just a house again. No more sinister presence lurking in the shadows. But as he glanced around, he realized it was a shell of what it once was. The decay, the broken furniture, the shattered windows. It was all a reminder of the past he could no longer fix. They walked out of the house together, stepping into the cool night air. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a soft glow over the forest. Nathan took a deep breath, feeling the crispness of the air fill his lungs. It was the first breath he had taken in years that didn't feel suffocating. As they walked toward Eleanor's car, parked at the edge of the property, Nathan spoke again, his voice quiet. "What now?" Eleanor paused, looking up at the night sky before answering. "That's up to you. The entity is gone, but the pain you feel, that's something you'll have to work through. It won't disappear overnight. But you're not alone in this, Nathan. You can get through it." Nathan nodded, though the path ahead felt uncertain. His whole life had been consumed by the search for answers, by his need to find Jenna, and now that it was over, he didn't know who he was without that purpose. But Eleanor was right. He had survived this. Maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to live again. They reached the car, and Eleanor opened the door for him. He hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the house one last time. The dark silhouette loomed against the sky, no longer menacing, but still filled with memories. "Goodbye, Jenna," he whispered under his breath. He didn't expect an answer, and none came. But as he turned away and got into the car, there was a small sense of closure, a feeling that maybe, just maybe, he had taken the first step toward healing. The drive away from the house was quiet, the road winding through the forest that had once seemed so foreboding. Now, it felt like a threshold, leaving the past behind and heading toward an uncertain but open future. Eleanor glanced at him from the driver's seat, her eyes catching his in the rearview mirror. "You're stronger than you think, Nathan." He didn't respond, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Maybe he was. Maybe, for the first time in a long time, he could start to believe that. The road stretched ahead, dark and winding, but this time, Nathan wasn't afraid. The shadows would always be there, lingering just out of sight, but they no longer held power over him. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. It was late afternoon when Eli first saw the smoke. Thick, dark plumes billowed upward, blotting out the pale blue sky. He was on his way back to the small town he hadn't visited in years, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as memories of his childhood house loomed large in his mind. But as he drove closer, the thickening haze in the distance triggered an uneasy feeling in his gut. The narrow, winding road that led to his old neighborhood had once been lined with towering oak trees and houses that seemed to whisper tales of simpler times. Now, the trees appeared withered, their branches barren, and there was a sense of abandonment that hung in the air. Eli hadn't been back here since he left for college. A place he once called home now felt like a distant ghost. He rounded a bend, and that's when he saw it. His old house, standing at the edge of the cul-de-sac, engulfed in flames. Eli slammed on the brakes, his heart hammering in his chest as disbelief washed over him. For a moment, he sat frozen in the car, staring at the inferno as the fire consumed the house that had once held his childhood memories. The roof was already caving in, and the windows shattered with explosive force as the flames licked the walls, turning everything inside to ash. He fumbled with the door handle, finally forcing it open. The heat hit him like a wave as he stepped out, his eyes stinging from the smoke. His mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Who could have started the fire? Why now, after all these years? The old house had been abandoned for over a decade. After his parents passed, Eli had moved away, unable to face the haunting memories that lingered in its halls. Now, standing here watching it burn, he felt an overwhelming mix of emotions, grief, guilt, and a strange sense of finality. As the fire raged, people began to gather. Neighbors, many of whom Eli didn't recognize anymore, stood in clusters, whispering amongst themselves. Some tried to call the fire department, though the blaze had already taken over. Others glanced at Eli with expressions of curiosity and sympathy, though no one approached him. He was a stranger here now, a forgotten figure tied to a house that no longer existed. But as Eli watched the fire consume what was left of his past, something stirred deep within him. Memories he had long buried started surfacing, fragments of the days spent in that house, and of the last night he spent there before leaving it all behind. What had seemed like an ordinary homecoming now felt like the beginning of something far more sinister. And as the flames reflected in his eyes, Eli knew one thing for certain. this fire wasn't just a coincidence. The fire burned deep into the night, but it wasn't just the flames that unsettled Eli. It was the eerie calm that followed. As the fire crews arrived and worked to contain the blaze, Eli found himself standing at a distance, watching the last remnants of his childhood home collapse into smoldering rubble. There was something unnatural about the scene, something more than just the loss of the house itself. The firefighters worked quickly, but Eli knew it was a lost cause. The house was gone, reduced to little more than ashes and charred beams. He turned to leave, not wanting to watch any longer, but as he did, a strange sound caught his attention. A faint whisper carried on the breeze, soft but unmistakable. At first, Eli thought it was just the wind, but as he listened more closely, he realized it sounded like a voice. He froze, straining to hear, but the voice faded as quickly as it had come. He glanced around, looking for anyone nearby, but the crowd had thinned. Most of the neighbors had returned to their homes, and the firefighters were still busy with their work. The sound had no source, no clear origin, yet it felt strangely familiar. Shaking it off as exhaustion, Eli headed back to his car, the crackling of the dying fire still echoing in his ears. But as he walked, a chill ran down his spine. His skin prickled, and his breath caught in his throat. He turned back, expecting to see someone or something behind him, but there was nothing, just the blackened remains of the house, glowing faintly under the firemen's floodlights. The fire was out, but the unease lingered. Eli drove to the motel where he had booked a room, trying to put the unsettling events behind him. But the drive was filled with more strange occurrences. His phone lost signal, the radio kept cutting out, and at one point, he could have sworn he saw the silhouette of a figure standing by the side of the road, just at the edge of the woods. But when he looked again, the figure was gone. When he finally reached the motel, the tired neon sign flickering vacancy, he was too exhausted to care about anything except getting inside. The woman at the front desk gave him a distracted smile as she handed him his room key, and Eli barely acknowledged her before heading down the dimly lit hallway to his room. Inside, the room was as nondescript as any small-town motel. Worn carpet, faded curtains, a bed that looked too lumpy to be comfortable. But at least it was quiet. For the first time that day, Eli felt like he could breathe. He tossed his bag on the chair and collapsed onto the bed, staring up at the ceiling. But the silence didn't last long. As soon as he closed his eyes, the strange voice from earlier returned. It was clearer now, no longer masked by the wind or distance. It was a low, almost melodic murmur, like someone speaking just beyond his range of hearing. Eli sat up, his heart racing as the sound filled the room. He scanned the darkened corners, his pulse quickening. "Hello," he called out, his voice barely above a whisper. No response, but the voice didn't stop. It circled him, surrounding him, as if the walls themselves were speaking. The words were unintelligible, but the tone was unmistakably urgent, like a warning. Eli's skin crawled as the sound grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Just as quickly as it had started, the voice cut off, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. Eli's breath was shaky, his heart pounding in his chest. He stood, his hands trembling slightly, and approached the window. He pulled back the curtain and looked out, half expecting to see someone outside. But there was nothing, just the dark, empty parking lot and the faint glow of streetlights in the distance. He stepped away from the window and collapsed back onto the bed, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it exhaustion? Stress? Or was it something else? Something tied to the fire, to the house? Eli closed his eyes again, though sleep didn't come easily. That night, his dreams were filled with visions of the house. But it wasn't burning anymore. In his dreams, it stood whole and untouched, the windows gleaming in the sunlight. But something was wrong. Inside, the rooms were dark, and the same whispers echoed through the halls, calling his name, pulling him deeper into the shadows. He woke with a start, drenched in sweat, the whispers still echoing in his ears. Something wasn't right. Eli couldn't shake the feeling that the fire wasn't the end of whatever had been lurking in that house. If anything, it had only been the beginning. The next morning, Eli awoke with the whispers from the night before still echoing faintly in his mind. Sleep had been restless, interrupted by flashes of dreams that made no sense but left a lingering dread. The house, the fire, the voice, it all felt connected, but he couldn't piece it together. Determined to shake off the unease, Eli decided to head back to the scene of the fire. The house was gone now, reduced to nothing more than a blackened shell, but something told him there were answers there. Answers about the strange feeling that had followed him since the fire. Driving back to the old neighborhood, Eli noticed how different everything looked in the daylight. The trees, once foreboding in the dim light, were now just trees. The houses, with their faded exteriors, seemed worn but normal. But the pit in his stomach only deepened as he approached the spot where his old house once stood. When he arrived, the street was quiet, as if the fire had never happened. The smoldering ruins of his childhood home were still cordoned off, a blackened mess of ash and debris. Eli parked his car a short distance away and got out, drawn toward the wreckage. As he approached, the memories came flooding back. Childhood afternoons spent running through the yard, late-night conversations with his parents in the living room, the day he packed up and left for good. But those were just surface memories. There was something deeper he had buried, something he hadn't let himself remember for years. And now, standing in front of the charred remains, those memories were clawing their way back to the surface. The house had secrets. Eli moved closer to the wreckage, stepping over the caution tape that blocked off the site. Ash crunched under his feet as he surveyed what little was left. In the daylight, it was clear how total the destruction had been. There was barely anything recognizable among the ruins, but something pulled him forward, toward what used to be the basement stairs. It was odd that the fire hadn't spread further underground. The basement looked nearly untouched from the outside, though the entrance was blocked by debris. Eli stood over it, peering down into the darkness below. A shiver ran through him. He hadn't thought about the basement in years, but now, looking at it, he remembered something that made his blood run cold. He had never liked going down there as a kid. His parents had always brushed it off, calling it a typical childhood fear of dark spaces. But it wasn't just the darkness that had frightened him. It was something else. Something that had lingered in the corners of the basement, in the quiet spaces where the light didn't reach. Suddenly, the memory returned, sharper now. He remembered hearing whispers down there, too. Eli knelt down by the entrance, his hand brushing against the edge of the charred wood. The fire hadn't started here. He was certain of that. But as he crouched there, staring into the black abyss, he felt it again, the same strange energy that had surrounded him last night. The faintest whisper, barely perceptible, seemed to rise from the basement, like an echo trapped in time. He stepped back, his heart racing. This wasn't just about the fire. Something else was happening, something connected to the house's past, a past he had been too afraid to confront. But now it was impossible to ignore. Eli needed answers. His first stop was the town's small library. It was a relic of another era, with creaky wooden floors and shelves lined with dusty volumes. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, but if there were any clues about the history of the house, this was where he would find them. He approached the librarian, an older woman with glasses perched on the end of her nose, and explained his situation. "Ah, the old Markley house," she said, her voice low. "That place has always had a strange history. I've heard plenty of rumors over the years. Fires aren't uncommon in houses like that. Old wood, bad wiring. But some people say there's more to it than that." Eli frowned. "What do you mean?" The librarian glanced around, lowering her voice even more. "They say that house was cursed." A chill went down Eli's spine. "Cursed? By what?" The librarian shrugged. "Hard to say. There were a few owners before your family moved in, but they never stayed long. There were reports of strange happenings, though nothing ever made it into the papers. People said they heard voices, saw things that shouldn't have been there. Some folks around here still believe the house was haunted." Eli tried to keep his voice steady. "Haunted by what?" She sighed, pulling a thick volume from one of the shelves and placing it on the desk in front of him. "You'll have to read for yourself. Local legends, town folklore. But if you want my advice, sometimes it's best not to dig too deep into the past. Some things are better left forgotten." Eli opened the book. flipping through the yellowed pages filled with stories of strange occurrences in the town. His hands trembled as he read accounts of mysterious fires, unexplainable disappearances, and sightings of shadowy figures. The more he read, the more the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. There was a story, one that hadn't been widely circulated, about a fire that had consumed the house long before his family lived there. A family had perished in that blaze, and according to legend, their spirits never left. People claimed to have seen them wandering the property at night, their faces twisted in agony, calling out for help. Eli's heart pounded in his chest. Could that be what he had heard? The whispers, the strange occurrences, it was all starting to make sense, but the more he learned, the more he felt like he was in over his head. He closed the book, the librarian's warning ringing in his ears. But it was too late to turn back now. The house had burned, but whatever haunted it was still with him. And Eli knew he had to find out why, before it consumed him, too. The sun was already setting as Eli left the library, his mind racing with the weight of the information he had uncovered. The legend of the Markley house was more than just a story. He could feel it now. Whatever curse had taken root there was real, and he had just scratched the surface. But the more he learned, the more dangerous it became. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, waiting for him to cross a line that couldn't be undone. He drove back to the site of his old home, his grip tight on the steering wheel. As the shadows stretched across the road, the once familiar streets took on a sinister quality. Every tree, every house seemed to loom larger, their silhouettes twisting into eerie shapes. Eli's heart beat faster with each passing second. He was going back to the place where everything had started. But this time, he wasn't just looking for answers. He was preparing for a confrontation. By the time he arrived, the wreckage of his house was bathed in the cold light of the moon. The fire had destroyed the surface, but the secrets buried beneath it were still intact. Eli knew he had to get into the basement. It was the one part of the house that had been left untouched by the flames, and if there were any clues to be found, they would be there. He grabbed a flashlight from his car and approached the ruins, his footsteps slow and deliberate. The silence around him was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. As he reached the entrance to the basement, he hesitated. The charred wood that had once formed the doorway was brittle and crumbling, but the darkness beyond was impenetrable, a void that seemed to swallow the light of his flashlight. Taking a deep breath, Eli descended the steps. The air grew colder as he went deeper, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the night outside. The basement smelled of damp earth and decay, and every step sent a shiver up his spine. He could hear his own breathing, loud and uneven in the confined space, but underneath it, he thought he heard something else. The whispers, faint, almost indistinguishable, but unmistakable. The deeper into the basement he went, the louder the voices became. They weren't just in his head, they were coming from the walls, from the floor, from the very foundation of the house. Eli gripped his flashlight tightly, his pulse quickening. He was in over his head, but there was no turning back now. At the far end of the basement, something caught his eye. A door. It was old, made of heavy wood, and covered in dust and cobwebs. It looked out of place, as if it didn't belong there, but at the same time, it felt like the center of everything. Eli approached it slowly, the whispers growing louder with every step. His hand trembled as he reached for the handle. The moment his fingers touched the cold metal, the air in the room shifted. The temperature plummeted, and the whispers turned into a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once. Eli's heart pounded in his chest as the door creaked open, revealing a narrow corridor beyond. The light from his flashlight flickered, casting long, twisting shadows on the walls. It felt like he was stepping into another world, one where the boundaries between the living and the dead had blurred. The corridor stretched on, lined with old stone walls that seemed to close in on him as he walked. The voices were louder here, more urgent, more demanding. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were screams, cries for help, for escape. Eli's breath came in short gasps, and every instinct screamed at him to turn back. But something kept him moving forward. Something told him that this was the heart of the curse. At the end of the corridor, he found another room. It was small and dark, the air thick with dust. In the center of the room stood an old, rotting chair, its wooden frame splintered and decayed. But what caught Eli's attention was the figure sitting in it. It was a woman, or at least, what was left of her. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her eyes hollow and lifeless. Her body was twisted and gaunt, as if she had been there for centuries, waiting. Eli stumbled back, his flashlight shaking in his hand. The woman didn't move, didn't breathe, but the whispers were coming from her. She was the source. Eli's heart pounded in his chest as he backed away. The wall seemed to close in, the air thick with an oppressive weight. The woman's eyes, though lifeless, seemed to follow him, staring deep into his soul. The whispers grew louder, filling his head, driving him to the brink of madness. He turned and ran. He didn't know how long he sprinted through the corridor, through the basement, back up the stairs, but he didn't stop until he was outside, gasping for air. The night was quiet again, but the weight of what he had seen hung over him like a shadow. The woman in the chair, she wasn't just a ghost. She was something more, something ancient and vengeful. The house had claimed her, and now it was coming for him. Eli stumbled to his car, his mind reeling from what he had just experienced. He needed help. He couldn't face this alone. But as he drove away from the ruins of his old house, the whispers followed him, echoing in the back of his mind, a constant reminder that the curse was far from over. The drive back from the house felt endless. The moonlight flickered through the trees, casting strange, shifting shadows on the road, and despite the cool night air, Eli was drenched in sweat. His thoughts raced, replaying the image of the woman in the chair, her hollow eyes staring into his very soul. He couldn't shake the feeling that something ancient and malevolent had awoken, and it was coming for him. When he reached his apartment, Eli locked the door behind him, but it offered no comfort. The whispers had followed him. Even in the quiet of his own home, he felt the weight of their presence, pressing in on him, demanding his attention. He paced the small living room, his mind whirling with questions he couldn't answer. Who was the woman? Why had she been in the basement? And most importantly, why had he felt so certain that she was somehow connected to him? He needed to know more. The old town legends about the Markley house were just the surface of something much darker. He was sure of it now. Whatever haunted that house was not just a spirit tied to the land. It was something older, something more dangerous. The next morning, Eli woke up early, despite barely sleeping at all. His exhaustion was overridden by a relentless sense of urgency. He couldn't let this go, not now. Grabbing his phone, he dialed a number he hadn't used in years. "Ray," Eli said when his old friend picked up. "I need your help." Ray Williams was a journalist, one with a keen interest in local legends and unsolved mysteries. The two had been close in high school, but they drifted apart after Eli moved away. Still, if anyone could help him dig into the darker history of the Markley house, it was Ray. "Eli? Man, it's been years. What's going on?" Ray sounded genuinely surprised but didn't hesitate to agree when Eli explained the basics of what he needed. By the afternoon, Eli and Ray were sitting in a small coffee shop near the center of town, papers and books spread out across the table. Ray had been curious when Eli first called, but the look on his face turned serious as Eli recounted the events of the past few days, especially the basement and the woman in the chair. Ray leaned back in his seat, a frown creasing his brow. "I've heard a lot of ghost stories, but this sounds different. More visceral. It's not just a haunting. This feels like something that's been buried, something that shouldn't be disturbed." Eli nodded. "I know. That's what scares me. The whispers, the fire, none of it makes sense." Ray pulled out an old, worn notebook from his bag. "I did some research before meeting you. I found a few things about the Markley house that never made it into the public record. The house has always had a strange energy around it, going back almost a century. But here's where it gets interesting. There was a woman who lived there back in the 1920s. Her name was Evelyn Markley." Eli leaned forward, feeling a chill at the mention of her name. She was known around town as a bit of a recluse. There were rumors that she practiced dark rituals, though no one ever proved it. She disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and not long after, the house burned down for the first time. Some say her spirit never left. Eli's stomach turned. That woman in the basement. Could it be her? Ray shrugged. "It's possible, but it gets weirder. The fire wasn't the only strange thing that happened in the house. Over the years, multiple families who lived there reported hearing voices, seeing things that shouldn't be there, just like you. There's something wrong with that place, something no one's been able to explain. Eli sat back, his mind racing. The pieces were coming together, but they weren't forming a complete picture yet. If Evelyn Markley had died in that house, and her spirit had somehow been tied to it, what did it want? Why had it started haunting him now, years after his family had left? There's more, Ray continued. I found some old records from a psychiatric hospital outside of town. Evelyn was institutionalized there briefly before she disappeared. The doctors wrote about her mental state. She claimed she was hearing voices, whispers telling her things, urging her to do something. They thought she was mad. Eli's breath caught in his throat. The whispers. Ray glanced at him, his expression grim. I think whatever she was hearing, it didn't stop with her. It's latched onto that house, and now it's found you. Eli felt his hands tremble. He had always thought the fire was just an accident, a terrible tragedy that destroyed his childhood home. But now he wasn't so sure. The fire had been a symptom of something much darker, something that had been festering in the house for decades. And now it was coming for him. I need to go back, Eli said, his voice steady despite the fear clawing at him. There's something I missed, something I need to find. Ray shook his head. You're crazy if you think I'm letting you go back there alone. Eli met his eyes. I don't have a choice. It's not going to leave me alone until I face it. Whatever Evelyn was trying to do, it's still unfinished. I have to end this. Ray sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. All right, but I'm coming with you. You're not doing this alone. That night, Eli and Ray stood once again in front of the ruins of the Markley house. The air was thick with tension, the whispers already starting to creep into Eli's mind as they approached the basement door. With a deep breath, they descended into the darkness, flashlight beams cutting through the stale air. Eli's heart pounded in his chest as they reached the bottom of the stairs. The corridor stretched out before them, just as it had before, but this time, it felt different. The air was heavier, the darkness more oppressive. Eli could feel it. Whatever haunted this place was awake now, and it was watching them. They reached the room at the end of the corridor, and Eli's breath caught in his throat. The chair was still there, but the woman was gone. Ray shone his flashlight around the room, his voice low. What now? Eli took a step forward, feeling the weight of the whispers pressing in on him. We find her. The basement seemed to hum with energy, its oppressive atmosphere growing heavier with each step Eli and Ray took. The absence of the woman in the chair only heightened the tension. Eli had braced himself to confront her, to demand answers, but now she was gone, as if she had never been there at all. Yet, the whispers were louder than ever, curling around them like invisible tendrils, pulling them deeper into the darkness. Eli glanced at Ray, whose face was set in determination, though the slight tremble in his hand betrayed his nerves. They both knew they were venturing into dangerous territory, but turning back wasn't an option. Something malevolent was tied to the house, and if they didn't confront it now, it would continue to haunt Eli until it consumed him entirely. There must be something here, Ray muttered, shining his flashlight over the crumbling walls. Some clue, some explanation. Eli felt the weight of his friend's words. He had always felt there was something unfinished in his past, something tied to the fire, his family's hasty departure, and now, the strange occurrences. His fingers traced the rough surface of the basement wall, searching for anything unusual. And then, he felt it, a crack, almost imperceptible, running vertically along the wall, just wide enough to slip a hand through. Ray, Eli called out, his voice tense with a mixture of fear and excitement. Over here. Ray stepped over, his flashlight illuminating the crack. What is that? Without answering, Eli pressed his fingers into the crack and pulled. The wall gave way slightly, as if it had been designed to move. Dust and debris fell as the stone shifted, revealing a hidden door behind it, one that had been carefully concealed for decades. Ray's eyes widened. This wasn't on any of the old floor plans I found. No one knew about this. Eli's heart raced. He had the distinct feeling that whatever they were about to uncover, it was the key to everything. The fire, the curse, and the woman in the basement. He pushed the door open, revealing a narrow staircase leading even deeper underground. The air grew colder as they descended, the smell of damp earth mingling with something older, more sinister. The whispers intensified, now forming coherent sentences in Eli's mind, though they were still too faint to understand completely. He could feel something watching them, waiting for them to reach the bottom of the stairs. When they finally stepped into the underground chamber, the sight that greeted them was like something out of a nightmare. The room was circular, with stone walls that were covered in strange, arcane symbols. In the center of the room was a large wooden table, and on it sat a collection of objects that looked like they had been there for centuries. Old books with cracked leather covers, yellowed papers with scribbled notes, and in the center of it all, a single photograph. Eli's breath caught in his throat as he picked up the photograph, his hands trembling. It was a picture of a family standing in front of the Markley house, his family, his father, his mother, and a young Eli, smiling brightly, unaware of the dark history lurking just beneath the surface. But there was something wrong with the photograph. In the background, behind the family, was the faint outline of a figure, a woman. Eli felt a chill run down his spine as he recognized her. The woman from the basement, her gaunt form barely visible, as though she were part of the house itself. Ray glanced over Eli's shoulder, his voice low. "Eli, what the hell is this?" Eli stared at the photograph, his mind reeling. His family had lived in that house, completely oblivious to the curse that had been brewing for decades. Or had they? Had his parents known? Had they kept it a secret from him, hoping to protect him? His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden noise, a scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. Both Eli and Ray whipped around, their flashlights darting across the room. The noise was coming from the far corner, where a large, ornate chest sat against the wall, covered in dust and cobwebs. The chest trembled, as if something inside was trying to get out. Ray took a step back, his face pale. "Eli, I don't like this. Maybe we should leave." Eli shook his head, his curiosity overcoming his fear. "No, we have to see this through. Whatever's in there, it's part of the curse." With a deep breath, Eli stepped forward and knelt in front of the chest. His hands were shaking as he grasped the lid and slowly lifted it open. The air in the room seemed to shift, growing colder, more oppressive. Inside the chest was a collection of old letters, photographs, and personal belongings, all of them tied to the Markley family. But at the very bottom of the chest, wrapped in an old, tattered cloth, was something that made Eli's blood run cold. It was a doll. Its porcelain face was cracked, and its glass eyes were eerily lifelike, staring up at him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Eli felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he realized that the doll looked strikingly similar to the woman in the basement. Ray's voice was barely a whisper. "What the hell is that?" Eli didn't answer. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the doll. There was something deeply unsettling about it, something that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. He could feel the whispers growing louder, pressing in on him from all sides. And then, without warning, the doll's eyes moved. Eli dropped the doll in shock, stumbling back as the whispers turned into a deafening roar. The room seemed to close in around them, the symbols on the walls glowing faintly as the air grew heavy with malevolent energy. "We need to go," Ray said, his voice shaking. "Now!" But before they could move, the door to the chamber slammed shut with a resounding bang, trapping them inside. The whispers turned into voices, loud and angry, filling the room with a cacophony of sound. Eli clutched his head, his mind spinning as the voices seemed to invade his thoughts, pushing him to the brink of madness. And then, amid the chaos, one voice stood out. A woman's voice, clear and cold. "You shouldn't have come here." Eli's heart raced as he recognized the voice. It was her, the woman from the basement. She was here, with them, in the chamber, her presence suffocating and inescapable. The symbols on the walls pulsed with a dark energy, and the room began to shake. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling as the ground beneath their feet trembled. Ray grabbed Eli's arm, pulling him toward the door. "We have to get out of here." But as they reached the door, it refused to budge. The room was sealed tight, and the energy within it was growing stronger by the second. Eli could feel it now. The curse, the darkness that had taken root in the house. It wasn't just about Evelyn Markley. It was something older, something that had been lurking in the shadows for centuries, waiting for the right moment to strike. And now it had them. The walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own, the arcane symbols etched into the stone glowing faintly in the dark. Eli could feel the energy in the room tightening around him like a noose. His heart pounded in his chest, and every instinct screamed at him to run, but there was nowhere to go. The chamber was sealed shut, and the oppressive weight of the curse bore down on him and Ray. The whispers filled his head, a symphony of voices that seemed to grow louder with each passing moment. They were no longer incoherent murmurs. They were words, clear and deliberate, spoken in a language Eli had never heard before but somehow understood. "You are not welcome here. You are not meant to know." Ray banged on the door with all his strength, his desperation rising as the walls trembled. "Come on, Eli. We gotta break this door down." But Eli didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the glowing symbols, his mind racing to make sense of it all. The photographs, the letters, the doll. Everything pointed to something much darker than a simple family curse. There was something ancient about this place, something tied to the land itself. He thought back to his childhood, to the strange occurrences that had plagued his family before the fire. His parents had always been evasive about the history of the house, and now he understood why. This wasn't just about the Markleys. This curse went deeper, entangling anyone who dared to step foot on the grounds of the old house. Ray's voice snapped him out of his trance. "Eli, help me out, man. We gotta get out of here." Eli shook himself free of the whispers long enough to focus on the door. Together, they rammed their shoulders into it, again and again, the wood groaning under their weight. But the door wouldn't budge. The energy in the room was too powerful, holding them in place like prisoners. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted, and the whispers stopped all at once, leaving a chilling silence in their wake. Eli felt a cold presence settle behind him, so close he could feel the breath on the back of his neck. Ray froze beside him, his eyes wide with terror. "Eli," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Don't turn around." Eli's body went rigid, every muscle locking in place as the air around him seemed to freeze. He could feel the presence growing stronger, pressing down on him like a weight. Against his better judgment, Eli slowly turned, his heart hammering in his chest. Standing in the center of the room, bathed in the eerie glow of the symbols, was the woman. Her gaunt figure was even more terrifying in the dim light, her hollow eyes fixed on Eli with an intensity that made his blood run cold. She didn't move, but the air around her seemed to vibrate with dark energy. Eli took a step back, his breath coming in short, panicked bursts. "Who are you?" he managed to choke out. The woman tilted her head, her expression unreadable. When she spoke, her voice was soft, but it echoed in the chamber like thunder. "I am what remains. I am the keeper of the secrets this house holds. And you." Her gaze shifted between Eli and Ray. "You were never meant to return." Ray backed up, his face pale. "We didn't mean to disturb anything. We just wanted answers." The woman's gaze sharpened. "Answers you will not survive." Eli's mind raced. This woman wasn't just a ghost. She was something far more powerful, bound to the house and its curse. The doll, the photograph, everything was connected to her. She had been watching, waiting for all these years. His eyes darted to the chest where the doll had lain. It was still there, cracked and lifeless. But now Eli realized its true significance. It was more than just a cursed object. It was a vessel, a piece of the woman herself. In a flash of clarity, Eli understood what he had to do. Without warning, Eli lunged toward the chest, grabbing the doll with both hands. Ray shouted in surprise, but Eli didn't hesitate. He raised the doll above his head, preparing to smash it against the stone floor. "No!" the woman shrieked, her voice a piercing wail that reverberated through the chamber. The walls shook, and the air grew thick with a crushing pressure. But Eli didn't stop. With all his strength, he brought the doll crashing down onto the floor, shattering it into a dozen pieces. The reaction was immediate. The chamber erupted with a force that knocked Eli and Ray off their feet. The symbols on the walls flared, glowing brighter than ever before. before slowly dimming to nothing. The oppressive energy that had filled the room dissipated in an instant, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Eli groaned as he pushed himself up from the floor, his body aching from the impact. Ray was beside him, staring in disbelief at the shattered remains of the doll. "Is it over?" Ray asked, his voice trembling. Eli looked around the room. The woman was gone, vanished in a thin air, and the whispers had fallen silent. The air felt lighter, almost normal, as if the malevolent presence that had been suffocating them had finally been lifted. "I think so," Eli said, though he wasn't entirely sure. The house was still, but he could feel the weight of the centuries-old secrets that lingered in the air. They had uncovered the truth, but the cost had been higher than he had imagined. Ray helped Eli to his feet, and together, they approached the door. This time, when they pushed, it swung open easily. The darkness that had once seemed so impenetrable now felt empty. As they climbed the stairs back to the surface, Eli couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching them, even if the curse had been broken. When they finally stepped outside, the sun had begun to rise, casting long shadows over the dilapidated house. For the first time in days, Eli felt like he could breathe. But even as they walked away from the Markley house, he knew that this wasn't truly the end. The secrets of the house had been uncovered, but they had left scars that would stay with him long after he had left this cursed place behind. The early morning sun cast a golden glow across the overgrown yard as Eli and Ray stumbled out of the house. For a moment, they stood in silence, both too exhausted and overwhelmed to speak. The weight of everything that had happened inside the Markley house seemed to press down on them, even though they were finally free of its physical grip. Eli's mind was racing. The woman's presence had vanished, the whispers silenced, but the house's dark history still clung to them like a shadow. He could feel it, lingering at the edges of his consciousness, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. Ray broke the silence first, his voice shaky but resolute. "We need to leave this place. Now!" Eli nodded, but his feet remained rooted to the ground, his eyes drawn back to the house. Even in the soft light of dawn, it looked as menacing as ever, its dark windows staring back at him like eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had been left unfinished, that they had only scratched the surface of the true horror buried within its walls. Before they could move, the door to the house creaked open behind them. Both men froze, their blood turning to ice as they slowly turned to face the house. Eli's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the figure that stepped out of the shadows and into the dim light. It was the woman, but this time, something was different. She wasn't the ethereal, gaunt figure they had seen before. Her face, once twisted with anger and malice, now looked calm, sad even. She was no longer a vengeful spirit. She was something else entirely, a reflection of a past long forgotten. Eli took a step forward, his body tense, but she didn't react. Instead, her hollow eyes met his, and in them, Eli saw not hatred, but sorrow. The air around them seemed to hum with a strange, almost peaceful energy, as if the malevolence that had once consumed her had been lifted. "Why are you still here?" Eli asked, his voice barely a whisper. The woman's gaze softened, and for the first time, she spoke clearly. "You released me," she said, her voice no longer the haunting wail it had been, but gentle and filled with an overwhelming sadness. "But I cannot leave." Ray took a cautious step closer. "What do you mean?" "We destroyed the doll. We broke the curse." The woman shook her head slowly. "The curse is broken, yes, but what has been done to this place cannot be undone so easily. There are things buried here, secrets that run deeper than you know." Eli felt a chill crawl up his spine. "What secrets?" She looked past them, toward the house, her expression distant. The Markleys were not the only ones who suffered. The land itself is tainted, cursed long before they arrived. Their family was only the latest in a line of many who fell victim to the darkness that lies beneath. The weight of her words hit Eli like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just about the Markley family's curse. It was something older, something that had been festering here for centuries. "What lies beneath?" Eli asked, his voice barely audible. The woman's eyes darkened, her sorrow replaced by a deep, unsettling fear. "It is not of this world," she whispered. "It is something ancient, something that was sealed away long ago. But it has always been here, waiting, feeding." Ray's face went pale. "Feeding on what?" "On us," she replied, her voice trembling. "On those who come too close, who dare to uncover its secrets. The house, the curse, they were all part of its plan. It needed us to suffer, to fuel its power. And now, it is awake." Eli felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had thought that destroying the doll would end it all, but now it seemed they had only awakened something far worse. "Is there a way to stop it?" he asked, his voice cracking with desperation. The woman's gaze fell to the ground, her expression grim. "There is no stopping it. The only thing you can do is run." Without warning, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The house groaned, its walls creaking and cracking as if something deep within was stirring, preparing to break free. Eli's heart raced, panic surging through him. Ray grabbed his arm, his voice tight with fear. "Eli, we have to go." Eli hesitated, his eyes locked on the woman. "What about you?" She gave him a sad smile. "I'm already gone." Before Eli could respond, the ground shook violently, sending both men stumbling backward. The house, once a crumbling ruin, seemed to come alive, its walls shifting and warping as if something monstrous was trying to claw its way out. Ray pulled Eli to his feet, his voice frantic. "Now, Eli, we have to go now." Together, they ran. They sprinted across the yard, the earth trembling beneath them as the house groaned and rumbled behind them. Eli didn't dare look back, but he could feel it. Something dark, something ancient, rising from the depths of the land, breaking free of its prison. They reached the edge of the property just as the ground split open behind them, a deafening roar filling the air. Eli stumbled to a halt, turning just in time to see the house collapse in on itself, the earth swallowing it whole in a violent surge of dirt and debris. The air was thick with dust and the scent of decay. Eli's chest heaved as he struggled to catch his breath, his mind reeling from what he had just witnessed. The house was gone, consumed by the land itself. But the darkness that had been unleashed, it wasn't gone. It was out there, somewhere waiting. Ray stood beside him, his face pale and his eyes wide with shock. What the hell just happened? Eli didn't have an answer. All he knew was that the curse was far from over. They had escaped the house, but whatever ancient evil they had awakened was still out there, lurking in the shadows. And it was hungry. The dust settled around Eli and Ray, leaving the air heavy with a lingering sense of dread. The morning light no longer felt warm or reassuring, but cold and stark. The house, now nothing more than a sinkhole of twisted debris, was gone, but the unease in the air persisted. The silence that followed was unsettling, a quiet too thick with tension, like the world was holding its breath. Ray leaned over his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That wasn't real," he muttered, more to himself than to Eli. None of that was real. It couldn't be." Eli didn't respond immediately. His mind was spinning, trying to reconcile what they had just seen. How could he explain it? The house collapsing, the ground splitting, the woman's final words. It all defied any rational explanation. They had been through something unthinkable, something otherworldly. He wiped the dirt from his face and looked at the spot where the Markley house once stood. It was as if the land had swallowed it whole, leaving only a gaping wound in its place. A scar on the earth, just like the scars on their minds. "We need to leave," Eli said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We can't stay here." Ray looked at him, his face pale and drawn. "And go where? Do what? Who's going to believe this?" Eli glanced at him, the weight of Ray's words sinking in. Who would believe them? If they went to the authorities, if they told anyone, they'd be labeled as lunatics, at best. And yet, despite the nightmare they had just survived, Eli couldn't shake the feeling that running wouldn't be enough. Something was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But for now, survival was their only priority. "We'll figure it out later," Eli said, his voice firmer now. "We just need to get out of here, away from this place." Ray hesitated for a moment, his eyes fixed on the gaping hole where the house had been. His lips trembled as he spoke. "Do you think it's over? I mean, the house is gone. The curse, the woman. Do you think it's really over?" Eli shook his head slowly. "No, the house was only part of it. Whatever we released, it's still out there." The weight of Eli's words settled between them like a lead blanket. Ray straightened up, running a hand through his hair, his eyes darting around the woods as if expecting something to leap out at them from the shadows. The unease was palpable, clinging to them like an invisible fog. Without another word, they turned and began walking, their feet crunching against the dirt and leaves as they made their way back through the woods. The path seemed longer now, more ominous, as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep them from escaping. The silence between them grew thick, but Eli's mind raced with questions. What had they unleashed? Was it still tied to the land? Or had it moved on, seeking out new prey? The woman had said the land was cursed, that the Markley family was just the latest victim. How many more had come before them? And how many more would follow? As they neared the edge of the woods, Ray broke the silence. "We need to tell someone," he said quietly, his voice shaking. "People need to know about this. About the Markleys, the curse, everything." Eli stopped and turned to face him, his eyes hard. "And say what? That we were almost killed by a house possessed by some ancient evil? That the land itself is cursed? Who's going to believe that, Ray?" Ray opened his mouth to protest, but no words came out. Eli was right. The truth was too unbelievable, too terrifying. But that didn't change the fact that something needed to be done. "We can't just walk away," Ray insisted. "We saw what that thing can do. It's dangerous." Eli clenched his jaw, the conflict gnawing at him. Ray was right, of course. They couldn't just leave and pretend like nothing had happened. But they also couldn't risk drawing attention to themselves. At least not yet. Not until they had a plan. "We'll find a way," Eli said finally. "But first, we need to regroup. We need time to think. There's more to this than just the Markley house. It goes deeper, and we need to understand what we're dealing with." Ray nodded slowly, though his eyes were still clouded with uncertainty. "But where do we even start?" Eli glanced back toward the woods, where the ominous presence still seemed to linger. "We start by finding out what happened before the Markleys moved in. This place has a history, and someone knows more about it. We need to find them." The weight of their next steps pressed down on them. Eli wasn't sure where their investigation would lead, but he knew they couldn't just walk away. The darkness they had encountered wasn't finished with them, not by a long shot. They climbed into Ray's car, the engine sputtering to life as they pulled away from the cursed property. As they drove down the empty country road, the morning sun rose higher in the sky, casting long shadows over the landscape. But even in the light of day, the fear still clung to them. Eli stared out the window, his thoughts consumed by the events of the last few days. He had a sinking feeling that this was far from over. Whatever they had awakened, it wasn't bound by the walls of the Markley house. It was something older, something darker, and it was out there, somewhere, waiting for its next victim. The sun dipped lower in the sky as Eli and Ray drove away from the site of the Markley house. The atmosphere inside the car felt suffocating, the weight of their experience hanging heavily between them. The road stretched out ahead, but Eli could hardly focus on where they were going. His thoughts were consumed with what they had witnessed and the chilling revelation that something far worse still lurked in the shadows. "We need to find out more about the Markleys," Eli finally said, breaking the silence that had enveloped them since leaving the woods. "We need to dig into their history, what happened before they moved there, and why the land is cursed." Ray glanced over at him, his expression grave. "And how do you propose we do that? It's not like we can just waltz into a library and ask for the history of the cursed land." Eli smiled grimly at Ray's sarcasm, but he knew he had a point. "You're right. We need to be discreet. Maybe start by talking to locals who've lived here a long time. They might know something." Ray nodded, though he still looked unsure. "I guess we could start with that old diner we passed earlier. The owner looked like she'd been around long enough to remember a few stories." With a plan forming in their minds, they drove toward the small diner, nestled at the edge of a sleepy town. The neon sign flickered dimly, a relic of a bygone era, and the parking lot was nearly empty as they stepped inside. The air was filled with the rich scent of coffee and frying bacon, and the warm glow of the diner's lights felt almost inviting in contrast to the darkness they had just escaped. An elderly woman stood behind the counter, her hair pulled back in a tight bun, and her eyes twinkled with curiosity as they entered. "Welcome, boys. What can I get for you?" she asked, her voice cheerful and warm. Eli exchanged a glance with Ray before stepping forward. "Actually, we're not here to eat. We were hoping to ask you a few questions about the Markley family." The woman's smile faded slightly, replaced by a knowing look. "Ah, the Markleys. A tragic story, that one. Sit down. I'll get you some coffee." They took a booth by the window, and the woman quickly poured 2 steaming cups. Eli and Ray exchanged glances again, this time filled with a sense of urgency. They had to get to the bottom of this. "Thank you," Eli said, taking a sip of the coffee. It was strong, just how he liked it. "Can you tell us about the Markleys?" The woman hesitated for a moment, her eyes flicking to the window, as if she were gauging the weight of their inquiry. Not many want to talk about them these days. Their family was troubled, to say the least. The house, it wasn't just a home, it was a magnet for tragedy. Ray leaned in, intrigued. "What do you mean by magnet for tragedy?" She sighed, her gaze distant. "The Markleys moved in about 30 years ago, and ever since then, strange things started happening. Folks disappearing, odd noises coming from that house at night, and the land seemed to change. It wasn't the same after they arrived. Disappearing people?" Eli pressed, his heart racing. "What happened to them?" "Some were never found. Others returned, but they were different. Hollow, like something had been taken from them. People began to avoid the area. It's like a shadow fell over that place, and those who went near it." She trailed off, a shiver running through her. Ray's voice was barely above a whisper. "What about the family? Did they experience anything strange?" "The Markleys? They were tormented," she replied, her voice heavy with empathy. "There were whispers of a curse, you know? Some said the land was cursed long before the Markleys arrived, that it had always been a place of sorrow." "Is there anyone who might know more?" Eli asked, feeling a sense of urgency build within him. "Someone who lived here longer? Maybe someone connected to the land's history?" The woman nodded, her brow furrowing in thought. "There's old Mr. Hawthorne. He lives on the outskirts of town, in that old farmhouse. He's been here longer than anyone, and he remembers the stories. Some say he even knows the origins of the curse." Eli felt a rush of hope. "Where can we find him?" She scribbled down the directions on a napkin and slid it across the table. "Just be careful. The old man can be eccentric, and the last thing anyone wants to do is provoke the darkness that lies beneath this land." With gratitude, they thanked her and hurried out of the diner, their minds racing with possibilities. As they drove toward Mr. Hawthorne's farmhouse, Eli couldn't shake the feeling that they were drawing closer to the truth, but he was also painfully aware of the danger that accompanied it. The sun was setting as they approached the farmhouse, its silhouette framed against the fiery orange sky. The structure looked as if it had withstood the test of time, its weathered wood and peeling paint telling stories of years gone by. An uneasy feeling settled over Eli as he parked the car and they stepped outside. The air was thick with anticipation, and the weight of their journey felt heavy on their shoulders. They made their way to the front door, the sound of their footsteps crunching against the gravel echoing in the stillness. Eli raised his hand to knock, but before he could, the door creaked open, revealing an old man with wild white hair and piercing blue eyes. His face was lined with age, yet his gaze held a sharpness that suggested he had seen more than most. "What do you want?" Mr. Hawthorne's voice was gravelly, his tone wary. "We're looking for answers," Eli replied, trying to sound confident. "About the Markley family and the curse on this land." Mr. Hawthorne's expression shifted, a flicker of recognition passing over his face. "Come in," he said reluctantly, stepping aside to let them through. As they entered the dimly lit house, a sense of foreboding washed over Eli. The walls were lined with old photographs and dusty relics, each holding a story of its own. Eli glanced at Ray, who looked just as uneasy, but both men knew they had come too far to turn back now. "Sit," Mr. Hawthorne commanded, motioning toward a pair of worn chairs by a small table cluttered with books and papers. "I've been waiting for someone to ask." The air crackled with tension as Eli and Ray exchanged glances. This was it, the moment they had been searching for. They were on the precipice of uncovering the truth about the darkness that haunted the land. "Tell us what you know," Eli urged, his heart pounding in his chest. And as Mr. Hawthorne began to speak, the chilling tale of the land, the Markleys, and the ancient curse unfolded, threatening to reveal secrets that had long been buried beneath the soil. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when Jenna decided to wander into the small thrift store on the corner of Maple Street. The weather had turned bleak, and the drumming of raindrops against the pavement created a rhythmic lull that made her want to seek refuge somewhere cozy. She had always found comfort in thrift stores, where each item held a history, a story waiting to be uncovered. As she pushed open the creaky door, a small bell chimed, announcing her arrival. The scent of old wood and faded fabric enveloped her, grounding her in nostalgia. Shelves lined with an eclectic mix of items. Vintage clothing, chipped porcelain, and dusty books seemed to beckon her closer. Jenna's heart raced with the thrill of the hunt. She loved unearthing hidden treasures among the clutter. Wandering through the narrow aisles, she ran her fingers over the various trinkets. Each item whispered tales of the past, invoking memories of her childhood, spent exploring flea markets with her grandmother. Jenna chuckled to herself, recalling the colorful hats and scarves her grandmother used to buy, always claiming they were just a little eccentric. As she turned a corner, a small wooden chest caught her eye. It sat low on a shelf, half hidden by an old lamp that seemed to have lost its shine. Jenna knelt down to examine it closely. The chest was intricately carved, depicting scenes of nature and animals. The craftsmanship was beautiful, and she felt an inexplicable pull toward it. With a bit of effort, she pulled the chest out from its resting place and opened it. Inside, a rush of memories flooded her as she stared at the assortment of old photographs, letters, and faded mementos. Among them was a picture of her childhood home, the backyard filled with laughter and sunlight, and another photo of her and her best friend, Sarah, making silly faces in front of the camera. Jenna's breath caught in her throat. These were her things, her childhood keepsakes that she had thought were lost forever. She could hardly believe her eyes. How had they ended up here, in this thrift store? The confusion churned in her stomach as she sifted through the items, her fingers trembling with recognition. "Excuse me, miss?" A voice interrupted her thoughts. Jenna looked up to see a woman in her late 60s, wearing oversized glasses and a bright floral dress. That chest was brought in just last week. It belonged to a woman who used to live in town many years ago. Jenna's heart raced at the revelation. "Do you know who she was?" The woman shrugged, her expression contemplative. "Not much is known about her. She kept to herself, but people said she was a bit of a hoarder. After she passed, her belongings were donated to the store." The words echoed in Jenna's mind, a mixture of intrigue and dread swirling within her. She needed to know more. "Is there any way I could find out her name?" The woman smiled gently. "There's an old ledger in the back of the store. I think it might have some information about the items donated. You're welcome to take a look if you're interested." Jenna nodded, her curiosity piqued. She carefully placed the chest back on the shelf, promising herself she would return for it. The discovery felt like a thread in a larger tapestry, and she was determined to pull it loose, to see what lay behind it. As she made her way to the back of the store, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a chance encounter. The rain outside seemed to intensify, the sound of thunder rumbling softly in the distance, as if nature itself were echoing her inner turmoil. Finding the ledger proved easier than she anticipated. It was tucked away on a dusty shelf, filled with names, dates, and details of various donations. Flipping through the pages, she felt a mix of anticipation and dread. Would she find her old belongings listed? Would there be more connections to her past? Finally, she found a page with a few entries from the previous week. Her heart raced as she scanned the names. There it was, the name of the woman who had owned the chest. Clara Donovan. Jenna's mind raced with questions. Who was Clara? How had she ended up with Jenna's childhood memories? Why had Clara kept them all this time? Determined to unravel this mystery, Jenna took a deep breath, preparing herself for whatever lay ahead. She would return to the chest, and she would dig deeper into the story of Clara Donovan. After all, some treasures are not just objects. They are pieces of a story waiting to be told. With the ledger in hand, Jenna felt a surge of determination. The name Clara Donovan echoed in her mind, igniting a flame of curiosity that she couldn't ignore. What had happened to this woman? Why had she held on to Jenna's childhood belongings? The questions propelled her forward as she returned to the front of the thrift store, her heart racing with anticipation. "Excuse me," Jenna called out to the woman who had first spoken to her. "Do you know where Clara lived? Is there any way to find out more about her?" The woman looked thoughtful for a moment, her fingers brushing against her glasses. "There might be some old records at the town hall. They keep track of property deeds and such. You could try there, but be prepared. It might take some digging." "Thank you. That's really helpful," Jenna replied, grateful for the lead. She felt a rush of excitement mixed with a hint of trepidation. After exchanging a few more words, Jenna left the thrift store, the wooden chest and its contents lingering in her thoughts. She knew she needed to act quickly, before the rain washed away her inspiration. The town hall was only a few blocks away, and as she made her way there, the rain began to let up. The streets shimmered under the gray sky, reflecting her determination. Jenna pushed open the heavy wooden door of the town hall, and the scent of aged paper and varnished wood greeted her. Inside, the atmosphere was calm and orderly. She approached the front desk, where an elderly man with silver hair was organizing files. He looked up, his expression warm but curious. "Can I help you, miss?" "Yes," Jenna replied, her heart racing. "I'm looking for information about a woman named Clara Donovan. I believe she used to live in this town. Do you have any records of her?" The man's brow furrowed in concentration. "Clara Donovan? I remember her. She lived on Maple Street, just a few houses down from where you found that chest. But she passed away a few years ago." Jenna felt a pang of sadness at the news. "Do you have any information about her, like when she moved here or what she did for a living?" He nodded, flipping through a dusty ledger on his desk. "Let me see. Here we go. Clara moved to town in the early 1980s. She was a schoolteacher, well-liked by her students, but she became somewhat of a recluse in her later years. A tragic story, really. What happened?" Jenna asked, her curiosity growing stronger. The man sighed, looking wistful. Her husband died suddenly, and she lost her only child in a car accident shortly after. After that, she withdrew from the community. Folks said she kept to herself, hoarding old memories, I suppose. Jenna's heart ached for Clara. It was a story all too familiar. Loss, grief, and isolation. She glanced at the ledger again, seeking any further details. "Is there any way to find out what happened to her belongings after she passed?" The man hesitated, then nodded slowly. "I believe her estate was settled by a distant relative. They might have donated her belongings, which could explain how that chest ended up at the thrift store. If you want, I can give you the contact information for the relative." "Yes, please. That would be wonderful," Jenna replied, her heart racing with excitement. This could be the key to unlocking the mystery of Clara's life and her own past. The man scribbled down the contact information and handed it to her. "Just be respectful. Clara's story is still a sensitive subject for many in town." With the slip of paper clutched tightly in her hand, Jenna left the town hall, her mind racing with possibilities. She had a name, a history, and now a connection to someone who might hold even more answers. Back in her car, Jenna took a deep breath, her heart filled with hope and uncertainty. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. Clara's relative could help her understand why her belongings were intertwined with Clara's life. Without wasting another moment, she dialed the number on the paper. After a few rings, a woman answered, her voice cautious but friendly. "Hello. Hi, my name is Jenna," she replied, trying to keep her tone upbeat. "I was given your number by someone at the town hall. I'm looking for information about Clara Donovan." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a deep breath. "Clara? She was my aunt. What do you want to know?" "I recently discovered some of her belongings at a thrift store," Jenna explained, her heart pounding. "I found an old chest with photographs and letters that belonged to me. I'm trying to piece together her story, and I was hoping you could help." The woman paused, and Jenna could almost hear her thoughts swirling on the other end. "You found her things? That's unexpected. Clara was a private person. I don't think she ever meant for anyone to see her past. Jenna felt a pang of guilt but pressed on. I understand, but it's important to me. I feel connected to her through these items, and I want to know more. The woman sighed, sounding conflicted. All right, if you're willing to come by my place, I can share some stories and maybe even show you some of Clara's things that I still have. Jenna's heart soared. Thank you. I'd love to. They agreed on a time for Jenna to visit, and as she hung up the phone, a sense of purpose settled over her. She was on the brink of uncovering a connection to her past that she never expected. Clara Donovan's story, intertwined with her own, was just beginning to unfold. The sun broke through the clouds as Jenna made her way to Clara Donovan's relative's home. The warmth of the late afternoon sun contrasted sharply with the coolness that had settled over her emotions since she'd learned about Clara's life. She clutched the small slip of paper with the woman's address tightly in her hand, her heart racing with anticipation and nervousness. The house was a quaint two-story cottage, adorned with blooming flowers and a small picket fence that seemed to frame a picture-perfect scene. As Jenna approached, she noticed how the paint was slightly chipped and the roof had seen better days. Yet, there was an undeniable charm to the place, a warmth that felt inviting despite the air of nostalgia that lingered around it. Taking a deep breath, she stepped up to the door and knocked. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal a woman in her 40s with a warm smile but tired eyes. You must be Jenna, she said, her voice carrying a hint of both excitement and caution. I'm Caroline, Clara's niece. Hi, Caroline, Jenna replied, trying to mirror the warmth of Caroline's smile. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Of course. Please come in. Caroline stepped aside, allowing Jenna to enter. The inside of the house was cozy and filled with an array of family photos, many of which featured Clara in her younger years. They depicted a vibrant woman with an infectious smile, standing next to a younger Caroline, both beaming with joy. I can't believe I found some of Clara's things, Jenna said, her voice softening as she glanced around. It feels surreal. Caroline nodded, leading Jenna into a living room that exuded warmth. Clara loved that old chest. She kept it locked for years. I didn't know what was inside until after she passed. I had to force it open to clear out her belongings. Jenna's heart sank a little at the thought. I'm sorry for your loss. It must have been hard for you. It was, Caroline admitted, her expression shifting momentarily to one of sorrow. She was my favorite aunt, but her later years were filled with loneliness. I wish she hadn't kept so much to herself. They settled on the couch, surrounded by the memories of Clara. What did you find in the chest? Caroline asked, her curiosity piqued. Jenna hesitated, glancing down at her hands. Photos, letters, mementos, some of them are mine from when I was a child. I thought they were lost forever. Caroline's eyes widened. Yours? How is that possible? I don't know, Jenna replied, her voice barely above a whisper. But it feels like there's a connection here that I need to understand. Clara's life seems intertwined with my childhood in a way that's both confusing and oddly comforting. Clara always had a fascination with collecting, Caroline explained. When she was younger, she loved to keep memorabilia from her students. Perhaps she held onto those items as a way to preserve memories of joy amidst her sadness. Jenna felt a pang of empathy for Clara, realizing that the memories she had cherished could have been a source of comfort for Clara as well. Do you have any other belongings of hers? Maybe something that could help me understand her better. Caroline nodded thoughtfully, her eyes drifting toward a cabinet in the corner of the room. I do have a few things. Let me show you. As Caroline opened the cabinet, Jenna's heart raced with anticipation. Inside were a few keepsakes, a stack of old books, some framed photographs, and a delicate porcelain doll. Each item seemed to hold whispers of the past, waiting to be uncovered. Clara loved to read, Caroline said, pulling out one of the books. This one was her favorite. She used to read it to her students. The title, The Secret Garden, was embossed in gold on the cover, and Jenna felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Is it all right if I take a look at it? Jenna asked, reaching out for the book. Of course, Caroline replied, but be gentle. It's quite old. As Jenna flipped through the pages, she felt a sense of familiarity. Clara had likely shared her love for stories with her students, and perhaps Jenna had been one of those children who had experienced the magic of Clara's storytelling. The connection between them felt stronger than ever. "Do you have any idea what happened to Clara's belongings after she passed?" Jenna inquired, feeling a growing sense of urgency to learn more. Caroline sighed, a shadow passing over her face. "Her distant relatives came to settle the estate, and I don't think they understood how much Clara cherished her memories. They donated many things to charity. I suppose they saw it as just stuff. But to me, they're irreplaceable memories of a woman I loved dearly." Jenna felt a knot tighten in her stomach. The thought of her cherished belongings being given away as just stuff saddened her. "I'm so grateful I found the chest. It feels like a part of Clara is still alive in those items." They spent the next few hours sharing stories, with Caroline recounting tales of Clara's life as a schoolteacher and the joy she brought to her students. The more they talked, the more Jenna felt connected to Clara, not just through the items, but through shared experiences and emotions. As the afternoon light began to fade, Jenna's heart felt fuller, yet heavier with the weight of the story she had uncovered. She looked at Caroline and said, "Thank you for sharing Clara's life with me. It means more than you know." Caroline smiled softly. "It's been a long time since I've spoken about her like this. I'm glad you came." With a deep breath, Jenna prepared to leave, knowing she needed to continue this journey. As she walked back to her car, the weight of Clara's life lingered in her thoughts. She felt compelled to honor Clara's memory, not just for herself, but for Caroline too. The following days felt surreal to Jenna. Each moment was steeped in Clara Donovan's memories, and she found herself drawn back to the thrift store, the wooden chest, and the items that had begun to weave together their stories. Clara's life had left an imprint on Jenna, and she felt a need to honor that connection. As Jenna delved deeper into her research about Clara, she discovered that Clara had been quite active in the local community, even before her isolation. She had taught at the local elementary school for over 20 years and was known for her innovative teaching methods, often bringing creativity and art into her lessons. The more Jenna learned, the more she admired Clara's spirit. Determined to uncover more, Jenna decided to visit the local library. Perhaps she could find newspaper articles, old yearbooks, or anything that could provide insight into Clara's life before the tragedy that had so profoundly altered her course. The library was housed in a charming brick building, its interior filled with the scent of aging paper and wood. The librarian, a cheerful woman named Mrs. Hargrove, greeted Jenna as she entered. "Looking for something in particular?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "I'm researching Clara Donovan," Jenna replied, feeling a sense of urgency. "I want to know more about her life, especially her time as a teacher." "Ah, Clara. She was quite the figure in this town," Mrs. Hargrove said, leading Jenna to a section filled with local history. "Let me see what I can dig up for you." As Mrs. Hargrove sifted through old files and newspapers, Jenna felt her heart race with excitement. She wanted to piece together the life of a woman she had never met, but whose essence now resonated deeply within her. After a few minutes, Mrs. Hargrove returned with a stack of newspapers and some yearbooks. "Here's what I found." Clara was celebrated for her contributions to education and the community. You can see some articles here from the town's annual teacher recognition events. Jenna eagerly flipped through the stack, her eyes widening as she read stories about Clara. There were articles that praised her innovative teaching methods and her dedication to her students. Clara had organized art shows and poetry readings, always encouraging her students to express themselves creatively. "This one's particularly lovely." Mrs. Hargrove pointed to an article dated a decade before Clara's death. It talks about a community project Clara led, where students created a mural for the local park. They say it brought the neighborhood together. Jenna smiled, picturing Clara bustling around the school, her enthusiasm infectious. It was hard to reconcile this vibrant woman with the reclusive figure she had learned about in her later years. What had caused such a dramatic shift? I wonder if she felt she lost her purpose after her family's tragedies. Jenna mused aloud, flipping through the yearbook. The pages were filled with smiles and handwritten messages from students who clearly adored her. Clara's warmth seemed to radiate from the photographs. "I think you're right," Mrs. Hargrove replied gently. "After her husband passed, and then her daughter, it changed her. It's a hard thing to lose both in such a short time." Jenna nodded, her heart aching for Clara. The isolation must have been suffocating, a lonely prison built from grief. Do you know if any of her former students still live in town? I'd love to speak with them. Many do, Mrs. Hargrove said, her eyes lighting up. If you head to the community center, I'm sure you can find a few who would love to share their memories of Clara. Feeling a surge of hope, Jenna thanked Mrs. Hargrove and left the library, her mind racing with possibilities. Clara's legacy wasn't just in the items she had collected, but also in the lives she had touched. The thought spurred Jenna on as she made her way to the community center. Upon arrival, the community center buzzed with activity. Families were gathered for a craft fair. Children darted about, and the scent of homemade goods wafted through the air. Jenna walked through the crowd, her eyes scanning for anyone who might have known Clara. Spotting a small group of women chatting near a table laden with crafts, she approached hesitantly. "Excuse me," Jenna interrupted gently. "I'm looking for anyone who knew Clara Donovan. I'm trying to learn more about her life." The women paused, exchanging glances. One of them, a woman in her 50s with curly hair and a kind smile, stepped forward. "I knew Clara. She was my teacher in elementary school. I'm Linda. What do you want to know?" "I found some of her belongings and feel a connection to her. I want to understand more about who she was," Jenna explained, her heart racing with excitement. "Oh, Clara was amazing," Linda said, her eyes brightening. "She encouraged us to be creative and think outside the box. I remember her always bringing in art supplies and letting us explore our talents." The other women nodded in agreement, their faces lighting up with fond memories. "She was the kind of teacher who made learning fun," another woman chimed in. "I still have the poetry I wrote in her class." Jenna felt a rush of gratitude and excitement. "What happened to her?" "I heard she became a recluse later in life." Linda's expression turned somber. "It was heartbreaking. When she lost her daughter, she became withdrawn. It was like she lost her spark. We tried reaching out, but she never responded. I wish we had done more." Feeling the weight of their shared regret, Jenna said, "I'm sorry she felt so alone. I want to honor her memory and perhaps find a way to bring some of her spirit back to the community." "You're already doing that by remembering her," Linda said, her eyes shining with tears. "If you're planning something, let us know. We'd love to help." As Jenna absorbed their words, a wave of inspiration washed over her. Perhaps it was time to celebrate Clara's legacy, to share her story and reignite the spark she had once brought to so many lives. "Thank you all," Jenna said, her heart swelling with determination. "I will make sure Clara's story is remembered." With a newfound sense of purpose, Jenna returned home from the community center, her mind buzzing with ideas. The conversations with Clara's former students had ignited a flame within her, and she felt a strong desire to honor the woman whose belongings had connected them all. She could feel Clara's spirit guiding her, whispering encouragement with each thought. That night, Jenna sat at her kitchen table, surrounded by the remnants of Clara's life. The wooden chest, the photographs, the dusty books, and the vibrant art supplies. She began brainstorming ways to celebrate Clara's legacy, jotting down every idea that came to mind. What if she organized an art exhibit featuring the creations of Clara's former students? She could invite the community to share their stories and artwork, showcasing the impact Clara had on them. Maybe it could even include a poetry reading, a nod to the creative expression Clara had nurtured in her classroom. Jenna's heart raced with excitement as she envisioned the event, a night where the community could come together, reminisce about Clara, and celebrate the power of creativity. But as she scribbled down ideas, doubt began to creep in. Would anyone care? Would they remember Clara the way she did? Shaking her head to dispel the negative thoughts, Jenna reminded herself of the warmth and admiration she had seen in Linda and the others at the community center. If they remembered Clara fondly, perhaps others would too. Determined, she decided to put her plan into action. The next day, she contacted Linda and the other women who had shared their memories of Clara. "I have an idea for a tribute," she said when they met again. "What if we organize an art exhibit and poetry reading in honor of Clara? We can invite her former students and anyone from the community to participate." Linda's face lit up with enthusiasm. "That sounds wonderful. Clara would have loved it. We could use the community center for the event." As they discussed the details, Jenna felt the momentum building. Together, they mapped out the logistics, the date, the layout of the exhibit, and how to gather contributions from the community. Jenna reached out to Clara's old colleagues, inviting them to share stories and artifacts from her teaching days. Within weeks, the plans for a night for Clara took shape. Flyers were posted around town, inviting everyone to join them in remembering the beloved teacher. Jenna poured her heart into every detail, ensuring that the evening would be a true reflection of Clara's vibrant spirit. As the day of the event approached, Jenna felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. She wanted to honor Clara properly, to encapsulate the essence of the woman who had touched so many lives. The night before the exhibit, she found herself standing before Clara's wooden chest, gently opening it once more. Inside lay the remnants of Clara's life, sketches from her students, photos of happy faces, and notes filled with heartfelt messages. Jenna picked up a delicate piece of paper that had been tucked away. It was a note from one of Clara's students, thanking her for believing in them. Tears stung Jenna's eyes as she realized the profound impact Clara had made. "Tomorrow," Jenna whispered to the empty room, "we will celebrate you, Clara. You will not be forgotten." On the day of the event, the community center buzzed with anticipation. Colorful banners adorned the walls, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of baked goods brought in by Clara's former students. As guests began to arrive, Jenna greeted them with a smile, her heart swelling with pride. Linda and the other women helped set up the art displays, showcasing everything from paintings to sculptures created by Clara's students. Each piece radiated creativity, echoing the lessons Clara had imparted. Jenna felt a warm glow as she watched people mingle, sharing stories and laughter. As the evening unfolded, Jenna took a moment to step back and observe the scene. It was more than she had imagined. People were connecting over their shared memories of Clara, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and nostalgia. When the time came for the poetry reading, Jenna nervously approached the small stage. She had prepared a few words to say about Clara, and though her palms were sweaty, she felt the support of the crowd surrounding her. "Thank you all for being here tonight," Jenna began, her voice steadying. "We gather to celebrate the life of Clara Donovan, a remarkable woman who believed in the power of creativity and connection. Her impact lives on through each of you, and tonight, we honor that legacy." As she spoke, she glanced around the room and caught sight of the smiling faces of Clara's former students, their eyes gleaming with memories. She shared anecdotes of Clara's teaching methods, her community projects, and the love she poured into her students. The audience listened intently, some nodding in recognition while others wiped away tears. After Jenna's speech, the poetry readings commenced. Each participant took their turn, sharing their heartfelt creations inspired by Clara's lessons. Jenna found herself mesmerized by the outpouring of emotion, a testament to the bond Clara had forged with her students. As the final poem was read, Jenna felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Clara's spirit was alive in the room, woven into every story, every laugh, and every tear shed. It was a night to remember, a celebration of a life well lived. After the readings concluded, Jenna made her way to the wooden chest, which had been placed at the center of the exhibit. The items within it had become symbols of Clara's life, a life that had touched many and had the power to inspire even more. In that moment, Jenna knew she had accomplished what she set out to do. Clara's story would continue to live on, shared through the memories and creations of those who loved her. As the evening came to a close, Jenna felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that Clara would never truly be forgotten. The days following A Night for Clara were a whirlwind of emotion for Jenna. The event had brought the community together in a way she hadn't anticipated, leaving behind a lingering warmth that wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. She received messages from attendees, thanking her for organizing such a meaningful tribute, and many shared how it had reignited their memories of Clara. Jenna's heart swelled with joy each time she read those messages. She hadn't just celebrated Clara, she had fostered a sense of community that had been missing for years. Inspired by the night, Jenna began to think about what else she could do to keep Clara's spirit alive in the town. One evening, as she sorted through the remnants of the exhibit, art pieces still on display, leftover treats from the bake sale, she received a text from Linda. "Let's meet up soon. I think we should continue what we started and bring more creativity to the community." Excited by the idea, Jenna quickly agreed. The next day, they gathered at a cozy cafe downtown, buzzing with conversation and the aroma of fresh coffee. Over steaming mugs, they brainstormed ways to create a lasting art program in Clara's honor. "What if we set up monthly workshops?" Linda suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "We could invite artists from the area to teach different mediums: painting, pottery, writing." Clara would have loved that. "Yes, and we could encourage students from local schools to join," Jenna added, her imagination running wild. It would be a great way to keep her legacy alive and inspire creativity in the next generation. They spent hours drafting a plan, jotting down ideas, and sketching out a calendar. The vision began to take shape, and with each passing moment, Jenna felt a sense of purpose growing within her. It was as if Clara's spirit was guiding them, urging them to create a space where creativity could flourish. As they finalized their plans, Jenna couldn't help but think about the impact Clara had made on her life. Even in death, she realized that Clara's story wasn't just a relic of the past. It was a living entity that could inspire and encourage others. In the weeks that followed, Jenna and Linda worked tirelessly to bring their vision to life. They reached out to local artists, securing commitments from a diverse range of talents who were eager to share their skills. Flyers were designed and distributed throughout the community, advertising the upcoming workshops, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. On the day of the first workshop, Jenna felt a mix of excitement and nerves. She arrived early to set up, transforming the community center into a vibrant creative space. Tables were arranged with art supplies, paints, and canvases, and a feeling of anticipation hung in the air. As participants began to arrive, Jenna's heart swelled with pride. Children, teenagers, and adults filled the room, their faces lit up with curiosity and eagerness. The atmosphere buzzed with energy, reminiscent of the warmth that had enveloped the community during the tribute. The first workshop featured a local painter named Mia, who was known for her colorful landscapes. As Mia guided the participants through techniques, Jenna watched in awe as everyone lost themselves in the creative process. Laughter and chatter filled the space, and Jenna felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. At the end of the workshop, participants proudly displayed their artwork, each piece a unique reflection of their individual styles and inspirations. Jenna was amazed at how quickly the community had embraced this initiative, and she couldn't help but smile, thinking of how Clara would have beamed with pride. As the workshops continued over the following months, Jenna saw a profound transformation in the community. People began to forge connections through their shared experiences, and new friendships blossomed among participants. The creative spirit that Clara had once nurtured in her classroom was now thriving in this new initiative, bringing people together in unexpected ways. One evening, as Jenna was cleaning up after another successful workshop, she received an unexpected visitor. It was Clara's old friend, Margaret, who had been unable to attend the tribute. Margaret had heard about the workshops and wanted to see for herself. "Jenna, I'm so glad I found you," Margaret said, her voice filled with emotion. "I've heard so much about what you've done for Clara. She would be so proud." Jenna felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "Thank you, Margaret. It means a lot to me. I wanted to honor Clara's memory and keep her spirit alive in our community." "I can see that you've done just that," Margaret replied, her eyes shining with tears. "Clara always had a gift for bringing people together. I think she would have loved these workshops." Margaret shared stories of her friendship with Clara, recounting memories that painted a picture of a woman filled with passion and creativity. The two women connected over their shared love for Clara, and as they reminisced, Jenna felt an even deeper connection to the woman whose life had touched so many. As the workshops continued to grow, Jenna realized that Clara's legacy was more than just a tribute. It had become a movement. The art program had inspired local students to express themselves and find their voices, echoing Clara's belief in the transformative power of creativity. One afternoon, while preparing for an upcoming workshop, Jenna received a call from a local newspaper. They had heard about the success of the workshops and wanted to do a feature on Clara's legacy and Jenna's efforts to honor her memory. Jenna was ecstatic. "Yes, I'd love to share our story," she replied, her heart racing with excitement. The article could help raise awareness about the program and bring in even more participants. As the newspaper published the story, Jenna received an outpouring of support from the community. People began to sign up for the workshops in droves, eager to be a part of something that celebrated creativity and community. In the quiet moments after each workshop, Jenna would often find herself reflecting on how far she had come since first discovering Clara's belongings in the thrift store. What had begun as a personal journey had blossomed into something much larger, a legacy of connection and creativity that would resonate for years to come. As the art program flourished, Jenna felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. Clara's legacy was transforming the community, and she was proud to play a part in it. The workshops brought joy and connection, but little did Jenna know that an unexpected challenge was lurking just around the corner. One afternoon, while sorting through emails from participants eager to sign up for the next workshop, Jenna received a message that made her heart sink. It was from the owner of the thrift store where she had first found Clara's belongings. Subject: urgent matter regarding Clara's items. Dear Jenna, I hope this message finds you well. I wanted to reach out regarding some concerns that have arisen about the items we sold from Clara's estate. It seems that some family members have been inquiring about them, and I believe they might not have been fully aware of what was sold. Could you please contact me at your earliest convenience? Best regards, Tommy Parker. Jenna's mind raced. Family? Clara had mentioned no family during their conversations. She had always talked about her friends and students as her family. Jenna felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach. What if the family wanted the items back? Would they put an end to the workshops that had blossomed from Clara's legacy? After a restless night filled with tossing and turning, Jenna resolved to speak with Tommy first thing in the morning. She needed to understand what was happening and how it might affect the community's celebration of Clara's life. The next day, Jenna arrived at the thrift store, her heart pounding as she walked through the familiar door. The small bell above jingled softly, but the warmth she usually felt there was replaced with unease. Tommy greeted her with a concerned look. Jenna, thank you for coming in, he said, gesturing for her to sit. I've had some family members of Clara's reach out to me, and they're not happy about the items being sold. Family? Jenna echoed, confusion knitting her brows. I didn't know she had family. She always spoke about her friends, not relatives. I didn't either, Tommy replied. But it seems Clara had a brother and a sister who are now living out of state. They're claiming they didn't consent to the sale of her belongings and would like to discuss the matter further. Jenna felt her heart sink. What does that mean for the art program? We've been honoring Clara's memory through her things. What if they want everything back? I'm not sure, but I suggest you reach out to them. It's best to have an open dialogue, Tommy advised. I can provide you with their contact information if you'd like. After a moment of silence, Jenna nodded, her mind swirling with worry. She knew she had to confront this situation head-on. Avoiding it would only lead to more uncertainty. That afternoon, with a deep breath, Jenna picked up her phone and dialed the number Tommy had given her. It rang twice before a voice answered. Hello. Hi. Is this Mrs. Hargrove? Jenna asked, her voice shaking slightly. My name is Jenna, and I'm calling about Clara Donovan's belongings that were sold at the thrift store. Yes, I'm Clara's sister, the woman replied, her tone cool and distant. I heard from Tommy that you've been using her items for some kind of program. Jenna swallowed hard. Yes, I organized an art program in her honor. We've been holding workshops for the community to celebrate her legacy. It's been wonderful, and so many people have come together to remember her. There was a pause on the other end, and Jenna could hear the faint sound of breathing. I'm glad to hear Clara is being remembered, but we had no idea her belongings were being sold. We thought they were still with her friends. They were important to her. I understand, Jenna replied, her heart heavy. I didn't mean any disrespect. I only wanted to honor her memory. I can assure you that her items are being treated with care and love. We've even had an event where people shared stories and artwork inspired by her. Mrs. Hargrove sighed. I appreciate what you're doing, but Clara's belongings were part of her life. We'd like to discuss this further. Could we meet? Of course, Jenna said, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. When would be convenient for you? They agreed to meet at a local cafe later that week. As she hung up, Jenna felt a sense of dread wash over her. Would the family want to take everything back? What would happen to the workshops and the community that had formed around Clara's legacy? The days leading up to the meeting were filled with uncertainty. Jenna spent countless hours preparing for their conversation, wanting to convey how much Clara meant to the community and the importance of the art program. She knew she had to make them understand that Clara's spirit was alive in the hearts of everyone who participated. On the day of the meeting, Jenna arrived at the cafe early, her heart racing. She chose a table near the window, allowing the warm sunlight to comfort her as she waited. When Mrs. Hargrove and her brother arrived, Jenna stood to greet them, taking a moment to read their expressions. "Thank you for meeting with me," Jenna said, gesturing for them to sit. "I really appreciate it." Mrs. Hargrove's gaze softened slightly as she took a seat, but her brother remained stoic. "We're here to understand what's been happening," he said firmly, "and to discuss Clara's belongings." Jenna took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. "I want to assure you that the items have been treated with the utmost respect. Clara's legacy is very important to us. We've been holding workshops and events to celebrate her life and impact on the community." As she spoke, she noticed a flicker of interest in Mrs. Hargrove's eyes. Encouraged, Jenna continued, sharing stories of the workshops, the friendships that had blossomed, and the love the community had shown for Clara. "We've had so many people come forward to share their memories and their artwork. It's been a beautiful tribute to her life," Jenna concluded, feeling a wave of emotion rise within her. Mrs. Hargrove looked at her brother, and for a moment, the two shared a silent exchange. "Clara was a remarkable woman," Mrs. Hargrove finally said, her voice softer now. "She dedicated her life to teaching and inspiring others. We didn't want her things to be lost in the shuffle." "I completely understand," Jenna replied earnestly. "That's why I wanted to honor her through this program. I want her legacy to continue, to touch lives just as she did." After a long pause, Mrs. Hargrove spoke again. "Perhaps we can work together. If you believe her belongings are contributing positively, we would like to find a way to ensure they're preserved while also allowing the program to continue." Jenna felt a rush of hope. "Really? That would mean so much to me and everyone involved. I want Clara's spirit to live on through her things, but I also want to respect your family's wishes." "We're glad to hear that," her brother chimed in, his expression softening. "Clara would want us to collaborate, not to fight over her memory." As they continued discussing the details, Jenna felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Together, they brainstormed ways to honor Clara's belongings while ensuring the program could thrive. They discussed creating a small exhibit featuring some of Clara's cherished items, blending her history with the community's creative spirit. By the time they parted ways, Jenna was filled with gratitude. The family seemed more at ease, and the prospect of working together felt like a new beginning. Clara's legacy would not only endure, but it would also be enriched by the collaboration of her family and the community she had cherished. With the partnership solidified, Jenna felt a renewed sense of purpose as she prepared for the unveiling of Clara's legacy project. The collaboration with Clara's family opened doors to countless possibilities, and she was eager to showcase not only Clara's belongings, but also the community's artistic spirit that had blossomed in her honor. In the weeks that followed, Jenna worked tirelessly with Mrs. Hargrove and her brother, Michael, to organize an exhibit that would blend Clara's cherished items with artworks created by community members inspired by her teachings. They gathered stories, photographs, and art pieces, each telling a part of Clara's story. As the day of the unveiling approached, excitement buzzed through the community. Jenna created promotional materials and shared the event on social media, drawing in a crowd larger than she had ever anticipated. Clara's legacy was becoming a focal point for the community, and Jenna couldn't have been happier. The day of the unveiling arrived, and Jenna stood outside the gallery, her heart racing with a mix of anticipation and nerves. The sun was shining brightly, illuminating the colorful banners hung across the entrance, each emblazoned with Clara's favorite quotes about art and creativity. As the doors opened, people began to trickle in, their faces lighting up as they wandered through the exhibit. Clara's items were displayed with care, each piece accompanied by a story of how it had touched someone's life. Jenna moved through the crowd, greeting familiar faces and hearing snippets of laughter and admiration as visitors appreciated the beauty of the art and the significance of Clara's legacy. Mrs. Hargrove and Michael stood nearby, engaging with attendees and sharing stories of Clara from their perspective. Jenna felt a swell of gratitude toward them. Their willingness to share Clara's history added depth and richness to the event. As the afternoon wore on, Jenna took a moment to step outside for some fresh air. She stood on the steps, looking out at the bustling street, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The community had come together, united in their love for Clara and the impact she had on each of their lives. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Pulling it out, she saw a message from Sarah, one of the workshop participants. "Jenna, you won't believe who just walked in. A young girl with a sketchbook. She's been drawing everything. You have to see this." Curiosity piqued, Jenna quickly made her way back inside. As she entered, she spotted a girl sitting on the floor, sketching one of Clara's old paintbrushes. The girl was around 12, her curly hair framing her face as she concentrated on her work. Jenna knelt beside her. "Hi there, I'm Jenna. What's your name?" she asked gently. "Lila," the girl replied, glancing up with wide, bright eyes. "I love this paintbrush. It looks so magical." Jenna smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart. "It really does, doesn't it? Clara used this brush to create so many beautiful things. What are you going to draw?" "I want to show what it feels like to paint like her," Lila said, her voice full of passion. "I want to create something that makes people feel happy, just like Clara's art does." Jenna's heart swelled with pride. Clara's spirit was indeed living on, inspiring the next generation. "That's wonderful, Lila. Would you like to be part of the program? We can have a special section where young artists can display their work inspired by Clara." Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? That would be amazing." As they talked, Jenna couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. Clara had always dreamed of empowering young artists, and here was a shining example of that dream taking root. Jenna quickly took Lila's contact information, promising to keep her updated about future workshops. The day continued with laughter, art, and heartfelt conversations, each moment reminding Jenna of why she started this journey in the first place. Clara's legacy was alive and well, not just in her belongings but in the hearts and minds of those who had been touched by her kindness. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Jenna gathered everyone for a closing speech. Standing at the front of the gallery, she felt a mixture of nervousness and exhilaration as she looked out at the sea of familiar faces. "Thank you all for being here today to celebrate Clara's legacy," she began, her voice steady but filled with emotion. She was not just an incredible artist but also a mentor, a friend, and an inspiration to so many of us. This exhibit is a testament to her impact, and I am grateful to each of you for contributing your stories and creativity. Jenna's gaze landed on Mrs. Hargrove and Michael, who were nodding appreciatively. "I'd also like to thank Clara's family for trusting us to honor her memory in this way. We are thrilled to continue sharing her story and her art with future generations." The crowd erupted into applause, and Jenna felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. She took a deep breath and continued, "Let's keep this spirit of creativity alive. We are planning more workshops and events, and I encourage everyone to participate. Let's make sure Clara's legacy continues to inspire and empower." As the applause faded, Jenna felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She realized that this was just the beginning. With Clara's family by her side and a community eager to celebrate creativity, the possibilities were endless. After the event wrapped up, Jenna spent a few moments talking with attendees, hearing their stories and their thoughts about the exhibit. Each person brought a new layer to the rich tapestry of Clara's life, and Jenna felt honored to be part of it. As she was saying her goodbyes, Lila ran up to her, clutching her sketchbook. "I just wanted to thank you for everything, Jenna. I can't wait for the workshops. I'm so glad you're excited, Lila. You're going to do amazing things, I just know it," Jenna replied, smiling down at the young artist. With the night drawing to a close, Jenna felt a sense of fulfillment she had never known before. Clara's legacy had not only brought her community together, but it had also ignited a new passion within Jenna herself. She was ready to continue this journey, knowing that with every brush stroke and every story shared, Clara's spirit would forever live on. In the weeks that followed the unveiling, Jenna found herself consumed by the excitement of the ongoing workshops and the community's enthusiastic response to Clara's legacy. Every Saturday, the gallery buzzed with energy as aspiring artists of all ages filled the space. each bringing their own creativity to life. Yet amidst the joy and vibrancy, Jenna began to sense a lingering shadow. A few attendees mentioned strange occurrences after the exhibit, unexplained noises in the gallery after hours, odd shadows dancing across the walls, and an unsettling feeling that someone was watching. At first, Jenna dismissed these whispers as mere figments of overactive imaginations fueled by the emotions of the exhibit. However, the reports continued, and she couldn't shake the feeling that Clara's spirit was somehow still present. One rainy afternoon, while cleaning up after a particularly successful workshop, Jenna decided to stay late and sort through the remaining items from Clara's collection. She had intended to organize everything into storage, but curiosity pulled her toward Clara's old easel. It was standing prominently in the corner of the gallery, adorned with remnants of colorful paint. As she approached, Jenna couldn't help but feel a strange connection to the easel, as if it held stories waiting to be uncovered. She began to wipe off the dust, and beneath the layers of paint splatters, she discovered an old sketchbook wedged against the easel's leg. It was leather-bound and worn, with an intricate design embossed on the cover. Her heart raced as she opened the sketchbook. Inside were dozens of sketches, each depicting various scenes from Clara's life, her friends, family, and moments from her childhood. As Jenna flipped through the pages, she felt a pang of nostalgia and a deep sense of loss. Each drawing held an emotion that echoed through the years, capturing Clara's essence in a way Jenna had never seen before. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the gallery, causing Jenna to jump. She turned toward the sound, her heart pounding. It came from the back room, where the storage items were kept. Swallowing her fear, she took a deep breath and walked cautiously toward the door. As she approached, the air felt thick with tension. Jenna pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with shadows. To her shock, she found several of Clara's belongings strewn across the floor, as if someone had been searching for something. Jenna's heart raced as she took a step inside. "Hello? Is anyone there?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly. There was no answer, only the eerie sound of dripping water from a leaky pipe. Gathering her courage, Jenna stepped further into the room, her eyes scanning the chaos. Just as she was about to turn back, something caught her eye, a faint glimmer of light coming from the far corner. She approached it cautiously, her heart racing. As she got closer, she discovered a small, ornate box lying among the scattered items. It was intricately designed, its surface decorated with swirling patterns. Jenna knelt down and picked it up, feeling its weight in her hands. She felt a strange pull, as if it were meant for her. Slowly, she opened the box, and inside she found a collection of old photographs and letters, each tied together with a faded ribbon. Jenna carefully untied the ribbon and began to sift through the contents. The letters were addressed to Clara, filled with beautiful prose and heartfelt sentiments from friends and family. One letter caught her eye. It was from Clara's childhood friend, Emily. The letter spoke of dreams, aspirations, and an unbreakable bond they had shared. As Jenna read through the words, tears welled in her eyes, realizing how deeply Clara had been loved and how much she had impacted those around her. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the air felt charged. Jenna shivered, instinctively looking around. "Clara," she whispered, half expecting a response. In that moment, she felt a chill breeze sweep through the room, as if Clara's presence was drawing closer. Jenna closed her eyes, willing herself to connect with the spirit of the woman whose legacy she was preserving. "Please, if you're here, give me a sign," she murmured. "I want to honor you the best way I can." Just then, the lights flickered once more, and Jenna felt a warmth envelop her. Opening her eyes, she saw the shadows dancing playfully across the walls, almost as if Clara were trying to communicate through the movement. A soft whisper echoed in the room, indistinct but soothing, making Jenna's heart swell with understanding. Clara's spirit was indeed present, urging Jenna to dig deeper into the past, to uncover more stories and memories that would enrich the legacy she had begun. With newfound determination, Jenna gathered the letters and photographs, knowing they were vital pieces of Clara's story. The next day, Jenna called Mrs. Hargrove and Michael to share her discoveries. They met at the gallery, excitement bubbling in the air as she recounted her findings and the strange occurrences that had transpired. Clara was always a bit of a mystery, even to us, Michael said, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. She had a way of bringing people together, but there was always something deeper that she kept hidden. Mrs. Hargrove nodded in agreement. I believe she wanted to share her story in a way that would inspire others. Maybe this is her way of encouraging you to continue what she started. Jenna felt a renewed sense of purpose. I think we should host a new event, an evening dedicated to Clara's life, showcasing her art and sharing the letters and photographs I found. We can invite her old friends, family, and anyone whose life she touched. That's a fantastic idea, Mrs. Hargrove exclaimed. Let's celebrate Clara's legacy and bring everyone together once more. With their plans set in motion, Jenna felt invigorated, ready to dive even deeper into Clara's story. She knew that uncovering the truth behind Clara's life would not only honor her memory, but also provide comfort and inspiration to those who had loved her. As they began organizing the new event, Jenna found herself reflecting on the beauty of Clara's spirit. The echoes of the past were guiding her forward, encouraging her to explore the stories hidden within the letters and photographs. The community's love for Clara was alive, and Jenna was determined to ensure it thrived. The day of the event arrived, and the gallery buzzed with anticipation. Jenna arrived early to ensure everything was perfect, her heart racing with excitement and nerves. She had transformed the space into a cozy haven filled with memories of Clara. Twinkling fairy lights hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over the artwork that adorned the walls. The letters and photographs Jenna had discovered were framed and displayed on small easels, inviting guests to engage with Clara's story intimately. As guests began to arrive, Jenna greeted them with a smile, her heart swelling with gratitude. Friends and family members of Clara mingled, sharing stories and laughter, the atmosphere alive with nostalgia. Jenna noticed some familiar faces. Emily, Clara's childhood friend, had flown in from out of town, and several former students of Clara's art classes were present, eager to celebrate her life. As the evening progressed, Jenna felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. She had taken Clara's fragmented legacy and woven it into something beautiful, connecting people through art and memories. The laughter and stories exchanged filled the room with a palpable energy, making it clear that Clara's spirit was alive and well among them. Just as Jenna was about to make a speech, the lights flickered once more. For a brief moment, an uneasy silence filled the room, and all eyes turned to her. A shiver ran down her spine, but she took a deep breath, remembering the warmth she had felt in the storage room. Clara was there, guiding her. "Thank you all for coming tonight to honor Clara," Jenna began, her voice steady. "We gather here not only to remember an incredible artist, but also to celebrate the profound impact she had on all of us." As she spoke, Jenna noticed a familiar glimmer in the corner of her eye. She turned to see the small, ornate box she had found among Clara's belongings, now prominently displayed on a pedestal. It seemed to glow under the soft lights, as if inviting everyone to witness its contents. Jenna continued, "As you may know, I recently uncovered some treasures that belonged to Clara, a collection of letters and photographs that tell the story of her life and the love she shared with all of us." She gestured to the photographs around the room. "Tonight, I invite each of you to share your own memories of Clara. Let's bring her back to life through our stories, just as she has touched each of us." With that, she stepped aside, allowing others to share their thoughts and memories. One by one, friends and family took the stage, recounting tales of Clara's kindness, her laughter, and the lessons she had imparted. Emily spoke fondly of their childhood adventures, painting a picture of two girls exploring the world together, full of dreams and creativity. Clara's former students recounted how her encouragement and passion for art had transformed their lives, igniting a love for creativity that would last a lifetime. As the stories flowed, Jenna felt the room come alive with Clara's essence. Laughter mixed with tears, and for a brief moment, it felt as if Clara was there among them, her spirit rejoicing in the love surrounding her. When it was finally Jenna's turn, she took a deep breath, heart swelling with emotion. Clara was more than just a friend or a mentor. She was a guiding light in our lives. In discovering her letters and sketches, I realized how deeply she cared for each one of us. I hope that by sharing her story tonight, we can continue to carry her light with us. After her speech, Jenna noticed a shift in the atmosphere. The lights dimmed momentarily, and a gentle breeze swept through the gallery, causing the papers and photographs to flutter lightly. A wave of calm washed over her, and she felt Clara's presence more than ever. It was as if Clara was whispering her approval, encouraging her to continue this journey. As the night drew to a close, Jenna felt a deep sense of gratitude. The evening had been a resounding success, a true celebration of Clara's life. People lingered, sharing quiet conversations, and as they exited the gallery, Jenna caught glimpses of smiles and tear-streaked cheeks, knowing that Clara's legacy had been embraced by everyone present. As she locked up the gallery that night, Jenna stood outside, gazing up at the stars twinkling above. It felt as though Clara was watching over her, guiding her in the pursuit of art and connection. With the gallery lights dimmed and the echoes of laughter fading into the night, Jenna felt a sense of peace wash over her. She had embraced the past, and in doing so, she had found a way to honor Clara, a way to carry her memory forward, ensuring that her spirit would never be forgotten. Tomorrow, Jenna would continue the journey, delving deeper into Clara's story and inspiring others to find their own voices through art. The path ahead was bright, and Clara's legacy would shine on through every brushstroke, every shared memory, and every heart touched by her extraordinary life. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The autumn air was crisp as Nora stepped out onto her porch, the fading light of dusk casting long shadows across her yard. She took a deep breath, savoring the familiar scent of fallen leaves and damp earth. It was a peaceful evening in the small town of Eldridge, a place where nothing ever seemed to happen, until now. Nora had recently moved back to her childhood home after years of living in the bustling city. The house, a charming old Victorian, stood proudly at the end of a winding lane, surrounded by tall oaks and sprawling gardens. Although she loved the tranquility, something felt different about this place. A tension lingered in the air, as if the house held secrets she had yet to uncover. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange hue over the landscape, Nora decided to take a stroll through the neighborhood. The sound of rustling leaves beneath her feet was comforting, but the stillness of the evening seemed to amplify every noise, making her hyper-aware of her surroundings. Just as she turned down a narrow path leading to the woods, a sudden chill swept through the air. Nora paused, a shiver running down her spine. She glanced back at her house, its windows dark and lifeless. A feeling of unease washed over her, but she brushed it off, convincing herself that it was merely the cold. As she continued down the path, she heard it, a soft whisper carried by the wind, barely audible yet undeniably clear. Nora! Her heart raced as she instinctively turned around, scanning the dimly lit path behind her. There was no one there. The woods loomed silently, the trees standing like sentinels in the gathering darkness. She shook her head, trying to dispel the eerie feeling that had settled over her. "Get a grip, Nora," she muttered to herself. "It's just the wind." Determined to shake off her anxiety, she pressed on, but the whisper echoed in her mind, unsettling her. She picked up her pace, wanting nothing more than to get home and retreat into the safety of her warm, familiar surroundings. As she walked, the whisper came again, clearer this time. "Nora." It was closer, almost as if it were right behind her. She turned abruptly, but again found only shadows. Panic surged through her as she hurried back toward her house, the path now feeling like a maze of shadows and doubt. Once inside, she locked the door and leaned against it, trying to catch her breath. The living room was illuminated only by the soft glow of a lamp in the corner, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. She sank into her favorite armchair, heart still racing. "I'm just imagining things," she reassured herself, closing her eyes and taking deep breaths. "It's been a long day, and I'm tired." But deep down, a nagging feeling persisted, a sense that something was not right. She dismissed it as residual anxiety from moving back home. The past few months had been a whirlwind of packing and unpacking, and her mind was likely playing tricks on her. Suddenly, the sound of a soft knock at the window jolted her from her thoughts. Nora's eyes flew open, and she turned toward the sound. The night had grown darker, and the shadows felt thicker. She held her breath, waiting, hoping it was just the wind. The knock came again, more insistent this time. Gathering her courage, she stood up and approached the window, peering through the sheer curtains. The moonlight illuminated the yard, but there was no one outside, just the trees swaying gently in the breeze. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice shaking slightly. Silence hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. Just as she turned away, the whisper came again, this time more urgent. "Nora!" The voice was closer, almost as if it were inside the house. Panic surged again, and she instinctively reached for her phone, ready to call for help. But as she stood there, her heart pounding, she felt a strange pull, a mixture of fear and curiosity. Summoning her courage, she walked toward the hallway, where the sound seemed to be emanating from. Each step felt like a leap into the unknown, but she had to know what was happening. As she reached the end of the hallway, she noticed her bedroom door slightly ajar. The whisper echoed again, "Nora, come." With trembling hands, she pushed the door open, revealing a darkened room. The moonlight spilled through the window, casting eerie shapes across the walls. She took a tentative step inside, and just then, the door creaked shut behind her with a soft thud. "Nora!" The voice was right beside her, chilling her to the bone. She spun around, her heart racing. The air felt heavy with an unseen presence. "Who are you? What do you want?" she demanded, trying to sound braver than she felt. In the darkness, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows. It was a man, his features indistinct, but his presence undeniably real. "I've been waiting for you," he whispered, his voice low and gravelly, yet somehow familiar. Nora's breath caught in her throat. She backed away, instinctively searching for an escape. "Stay away from me." But the man raised a hand, a gesture that seemed to calm the chaos swirling around them. "I mean you no harm. I'm here to help you understand." "Understand what?" she replied, her voice trembling. "About your past. About why you returned," he said, his eyes glinting in the moonlight. "You've been called back to confront the shadows that linger." Nora felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The shadows? What did he mean? Before she could gather her thoughts, the man continued. "There are truths buried deep within this house. Truths that you need to uncover. It's why you heard my voice." "Who are you?" she asked again, desperate for clarity. "I am a part of your story, as much as Clara is," he replied, his gaze unwavering. "But more importantly, I am here to guide you through the darkness." As she stood there, the weight of his words settled over her like a shroud. The air felt thick with mystery, and a sense of inevitability loomed. Nora took a deep breath, realizing that she had been seeking answers since she returned. "What do I need to do?" she whispered, her resolve strengthening. The man in the dark smiled, though his features remained shrouded in shadow. "Follow me, and we will begin to uncover the truth together." Nora hesitated for a moment, her mind racing with questions and uncertainties. The mysterious man before her radiated an energy she couldn't quite comprehend, mixing fear with an undeniable curiosity. But the moment of indecision passed, and the urgency in his eyes pulled her forward. "Okay," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "Lead the way." As she followed him deeper into her room, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows seemed to thicken and dance around them, almost alive. The man walked with an otherworldly grace, gliding toward the small closet in the corner. Nora's heart raced as he paused and turned to face her. "This is where your journey begins," he said, gesturing to the closet door. Nora's pulse quickened. The closet had always felt ominous to her, a place where her childhood fears had taken root. "What's in there?" she asked, a mixture of dread and anticipation coursing through her veins. "Memories," he replied cryptically, "and the key to understanding what happened here." With a trembling hand, Nora reached for the doorknob, her fingers brushing against the cold metal. As she opened the door, a musty scent wafted out, mingling with the lingering echoes of her past. Inside lay a jumble of forgotten toys, old clothes, and various knickknacks, each item telling its own story. But what caught her eye was a small, ornate box sitting in the far corner, its surface adorned with intricate carvings. The box seemed to emit a faint glow, as if it held something precious within. "What is that?" she asked, stepping closer. The man approached her, his expression serious. "That box contains the remnants of your childhood, things you buried deep within yourself. It's time to confront them." Nora hesitated, glancing at him. "What if I'm not ready?" He leaned closer, his voice softening. "You've already taken the first step by returning. Facing the past will lead you to the answers you seek, but you must open the box to begin." With a deep breath, she reached for the box, her heart pounding. As she lifted it from the clutter, it felt surprisingly warm in her hands. She carefully opened the lid, and a swirl of memories flooded her mind. Inside, she found an assortment of items: a faded photograph of her childhood self with a group of friends, a worn teddy bear that had once been her closest companion, and a small journal with a lock that she remembered writing in during her teenage years. "This," she whispered, her fingers trembling as she touched the items. "I remember these." The man watched her intently. "What do you feel when you look at them?" Nora's mind raced. "I feel happy but also sad. There are memories I've tried to forget." "Exactly," he said. "The joy and pain coexist, shaping who you are. You can't move forward without acknowledging both." As she continued to sift through the contents of the box, she pulled out the journal, its cover worn and cracked. The lock had long since broken, and the pages were yellowed with age. "Open it," he urged gently. Nora hesitated again, but the man's encouraging gaze propelled her forward. She flipped open the journal, and her eyes scanned the familiar handwriting. As she read through the entries, a wave of emotions washed over her. Moments of laughter, secrets shared with friends, and dark times filled with loneliness. And then she found it, the entry that made her blood run cold. "I saw him again today. The man in the dark. He knows terrible things. I need to hide from him." Nora's breath quickened. The entry was dated just days before she had left Eldridge years ago. "Who is he?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The man in the dark?" The man beside her sighed deeply, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. "A guardian, perhaps, or a tormentor. It depends on your perspective. He has watched over you, but he has also been a reminder of your fears." Why did I forget? Sometimes, to survive, we bury memories that are too painful to confront, but they have a way of resurfacing when we least expect it. Nora closed the journal, her heart racing. "What do I do now?" "Now you must confront him," he replied, his voice steady. "You need to understand why he's been a part of your life. We must face the darkness together." Nora felt a surge of determination as she nodded. "Okay, I'm ready." "Good," he said, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "But know this. Confronting the man in the dark may reveal truths that will challenge everything you thought you knew about yourself." As they stepped back out of the closet, the air felt charged with anticipation. The man's presence reassured her, yet a nagging fear remained. "What if he doesn't want to be found?" she asked, a tremor in her voice. "He has already found you, Nora. You just need to be brave enough to confront him. Follow me." With that, the man led her out of her bedroom and into the dimly lit hallway. They moved toward the back door, which led to the overgrown garden that had once been her sanctuary. The night air was cool, filled with the distant sounds of rustling leaves and the soft hoot of an owl. As they stepped outside, the darkness enveloped them, and Nora felt the weight of the unknown pressing down. "Where do we go?" she asked, looking at the man beside her. "To the woods," he replied simply. "That's where you'll find the answers you seek." As they walked deeper into the night, Nora's heart raced with anticipation and dread. The forest loomed ahead, dark and mysterious, whispering secrets she had long buried. But now, with the man beside her, she felt a flicker of hope that perhaps facing her fears would finally lead her to the truth. The air grew denser as Nora and the mysterious man ventured into the woods, the sounds of the outside world fading away. The crunch of leaves underfoot was the only noise that accompanied them, punctuating the eerie silence that enveloped the trees. Shadows danced and flickered among the trunks, creating shapes that seemed to watch them as they walked. "Why do I feel like I've been here before?" Nora murmured, memories swirling like fog in her mind. The man glanced back at her, his expression unreadable. This place holds many memories for you. It is where your past and present collide, where the man in the dark awaits. A chill ran down Nora's spine at the thought. What if I'm not strong enough to face him? Strength doesn't come from the absence of fear, but from confronting it. You've already taken brave steps by returning to Eldridge and acknowledging your past. As they pressed deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the canopy thicker, filtering the moonlight into a soft glow. After what felt like an eternity, they reached a small clearing illuminated by the silvery light. In the center stood a massive oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching out like twisted arms. "This is where you must confront him," the man said, gesturing toward the tree. "He waits for you beneath its roots." Nora felt a surge of trepidation. What if I don't know what to say? "Speak from your heart," he advised. "Let your questions guide you. Remember, he is as much a part of you as your memories. The confrontation is not just about him. It's about you reclaiming your power." Taking a deep breath, Nora stepped toward the tree, its bark rough against her fingertips. She could feel a strange energy pulsing from the ground, as if the earth itself was alive with anticipation. "What should I ask?" she whispered to herself. "Start with why," the man urged. "Why has he haunted you?" As she closed her eyes, she felt a presence forming around her, a heaviness in the air that sent shivers down her spine. A whisper echoed through the clearing, soft yet commanding. "Nora!" The voice was low and resonant, sending a jolt of recognition through her. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice quavering. "I am the shadow that walks beside you, the truth you have tried to forget," it replied, the tone echoing through the trees. "You called for me. Why have you returned?" Nora took a step forward, the urge to flee battling with her determination to face this part of herself. "I want to understand. Why do you follow me?" "I am the keeper of your secrets, the guardian of the memories you buried," he said, emerging from the shadows. His figure materialized beneath the oak, cloaked in darkness yet undeniably familiar. "You cannot escape me, Nora. I am a reflection of your fears." Her heart raced, but she forced herself to stand firm. "You're not just a fear. You're part of me. Why did I see you that night? Why did you haunt my dreams?" The figure stepped closer, the darkness swirling around him like smoke. "You saw me because you needed to. I am the manifestation of all that you've suppressed. Your doubts, your regrets. You wanted to forget, but forgetting doesn't erase the truth." "But I didn't want this," she cried, frustration boiling within her. "I wanted to move on." "Moving on requires facing what you wish to leave behind," he countered, his voice both soothing and piercing. "You have hidden from your past for too long, and it is time to confront it." Nora's pulse quickened. "What do I need to do? How do I face my past?" The figure gestured to the ground. "Dig beneath the roots of the oak. You will find what you need. But know this. The truth can be painful. Are you prepared for what you might uncover?" Nora's heart raced, but she felt an undeniable pull toward the tree. It was time to confront everything she had buried deep within her. "Yes," she affirmed, her voice steadier now. "I'm ready." As she dropped to her knees, she began to dig into the soft earth beneath the tree. The soil was damp and cool, and with each handful she removed, memories flooded back, moments of laughter, sorrow, and everything in between. After several minutes of frantic digging, her fingers brushed against something solid. With a surge of adrenaline, she uncovered an old, weathered box, similar to the one she had found in her closet. With trembling hands, she opened the box, and inside lay a collection of letters tied together with fraying twine. The first letter was addressed to her in her childhood handwriting. "Dear Nora," she read aloud, her voice thick with emotion. "If you're reading this, it means I've forgotten something important. There are things you must remember, the truth about what happened that night." The figure watched her intently, an encouraging presence. "What night?" Nora asked, glancing up at him. "The night that changed everything," he replied, his voice a low murmur. "The night you lost your innocence." With a newfound resolve, she continued reading the letters, each one revealing pieces of a puzzle she had long ignored. As the truth began to unfold, She felt a mix of fear and liberation. "I remember," she whispered, the memories flooding back in vivid detail. "I remember the arguments, the screaming, and then the silence. I was so scared." The figure nodded solemnly. "And you buried those feelings to protect yourself. But that only kept the pain alive." As the last letter fell from her hands, Nora looked up at the man in the dark. "What do I do now?" "You must forgive yourself for the past," he said gently. "You were a child, and it was not your fault. Acknowledge your pain, but do not let it define you." With each word, Nora felt a weight lifting off her shoulders. "I'm ready to let go," she whispered, her voice filled with newfound strength. "Then it is time," he said. "Release the pain and embrace the truth." As she closed her eyes, she focused on her breathing, envisioning the darkness dissipating around her. With each exhale, she felt the burdens of her past fading away, replaced by a sense of peace and understanding. When she opened her eyes, the clearing felt brighter, the shadows less menacing. The man smiled, a look of approval lighting up his features. "You've taken the first step toward healing," he said softly. "But remember, this journey is just beginning. There will be more to face, more truths to uncover." Nora nodded, her heart brimming with a sense of hope. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." "Then let's continue," he replied, extending his hand toward her. Together, as she took his hand, a surge of warmth enveloped them both, and together they stepped deeper into the forest, ready to face the challenges ahead. As Nora and the figure moved deeper into the forest, the atmosphere began to shift. The trees, once welcoming, seemed to close in around them, their gnarled branches intertwining like fingers gripping the air. A heavy mist settled on the ground, cloaking their path and shrouding their surroundings in a ghostly veil. The air was thick with an unshakable tension, a sense that something was lurking just beyond sight. "Stay close," the figure warned, his voice barely above a whisper. "The forest is alive with spirits, and not all of them are benevolent." Nora felt a shiver of apprehension run through her. "What do you mean? Are there more memories I need to face?" "Some memories manifest as shadows, and they can be dangerous if left unchecked," he replied, glancing around warily. "They feed on fear, thriving in the darkness of your mind. Confront them, and you may find the clarity you seek." The path narrowed as they navigated through the trees, the mist swirling around their legs. The haunting silence of the woods was occasionally interrupted by distant rustling, almost as if the forest itself was alive, whispering secrets she couldn't quite grasp. "Do you see that?" the figure asked, pointing toward a clearing just ahead. "That's where we'll confront your first shadow." Nora squinted into the fog, her heart racing as she spotted a dark shape flitting between the trees. It was a distortion of light and shadow, shifting and changing like smoke. An unsettling sense of familiarity tugged at her, as if she had seen this shadow before, though she couldn't quite place when or where. "What is that?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Your fear manifesting as a shadow. It represents everything you have tried to bury. The guilt, the sorrow, the anger," he explained. "You must confront it, or it will continue to haunt you." Nora nodded, determination flooding her veins. She took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing, the mist swirling around her. The shadow loomed larger, twisting and writhing in response to her presence, a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to pulse with malevolence. "Why do you haunt me?" she shouted, her voice stronger than she felt. "What do you want from me?" The shadow shifted, coalescing into a more defined shape, a reflection of Nora, but twisted and darkened, with hollow eyes that seemed to stare directly into her soul. "You cannot escape me, Nora. I am the part of you that you wish to forget." Nora took a step back, fear clawing at her insides. "You're not real. You're just a figment of my imagination." The shadow laughed, a sound that echoed through the clearing, chilling her to the bone. "Real or not, I exist because you created me. You cannot deny the truth of your own feelings. You've pushed me away, but I am still here." Nora's heart raced as she grappled with the realization that this shadow represented her darkest fears. It was a part of her she had refused to acknowledge, a reminder of the pain she had tried to bury. "Why can't I just forget?" she pleaded, desperation creeping into her voice. Why can't I move on? The shadow's form flickered, its voice a haunting whisper. Moving on requires facing the truth. You cannot erase what has happened. You can only learn from it. You've buried me, but I will always resurface until you acknowledge the pain. Nora clenched her fists, frustration boiling within her. But facing the truth is terrifying. What if I can't handle it? The figure beside her stepped forward, a calm presence against the chaos. You've already taken the first step by acknowledging your past. The shadow is not your enemy. It is a part of you that needs understanding. Embrace it, and it will lose its power. With a deep breath, Nora squared her shoulders and focused on the shadow. What do you want from me? She asked, her voice steadier now. The shadow paused, its form flickering uncertainly. I want you to accept me. I want you to recognize the hurt you've experienced and understand that it is okay to feel pain. Only then will I lose my hold on you. Nora hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. If I accept you, what happens? You will reclaim your power. You will learn that your past does not define you. It replied, its voice growing softer. You can choose to rise above it. Taking a tentative step forward, Nora reached out her hand, extending it toward the shadow. I accept you. I acknowledge the pain, the guilt, everything I've tried to forget. I won't run from you anymore. The shadow hesitated for a moment, then slowly began to shift, the darkness retreating from her touch. It took form, becoming a darker reflection of herself, but no longer threatening. The hollow eyes softened, filled with the same pain she had felt for so long. I am a part of you, the shadow said, its voice gentle now. You cannot erase me, but you can learn from me. Together, we can heal. As Nora's hand connected with the shadow, warmth spread through her, dissolving the fear she had felt. The shadows around them faded, replaced by a soft glow that illuminated the clearing. The figure beside her smiled, pride shining in his eyes. You've done it, Nora, he said. You faced your fear and embraced your truth. This is just the beginning of your journey. The clearing transformed, vibrant colors emerging from the mist. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Nora felt lighter, the weight of her past lifting as she looked at her shadow. No longer a monstrous figure, but a companion. Where do we go from here? She asked, a sense of purpose igniting within her. Now, we venture deeper into the woods, he replied, motioning for her to follow. There are more truths to uncover, and together, you and your shadow will face them. With a newfound determination, Nora took the figure's hand, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As they moved forward, the path opened up, leading them toward a new chapter in her journey, one where she would learn to embrace her past while forging her own future. The air buzzed with anticipation as Nora and her shadow stepped forward, emboldened by their recent confrontation. The path ahead twisted through the woods, illuminated by a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within. Each step felt lighter, the burden of her past gradually lifting as they moved together. As they ventured deeper, Nora noticed peculiar symbols etched into the trees, their intricate designs almost pulsing with energy. She paused to examine them, her fingers tracing the grooves. What are these? She asked, curiosity piquing her interest. The figure beside her leaned closer, his brow furrowing in concentration. These markings represent the memories you've buried. Each symbol tells a story, a moment from your past that you haven't fully faced. Perhaps they hold clues to your journey. Nora studied the symbols more closely. One resembled a broken heart, another a crumpled photograph, and yet another a pair of intertwined hands. Each symbol evoked a rush of memories, some painful, others bittersweet. What do I do with them? She asked. Begin by recalling the moments they represent. Acknowledge the feelings associated with each one, he instructed. By doing so, you'll uncover more truths about yourself. Nora took a deep breath, the weight of her past settling upon her like a familiar cloak. She pointed to the broken heart symbol. This reminds me of my first love. I was so young and naive, believing that love would last forever. When it ended, it shattered me. As she spoke, the air around them shimmered, and the forest transformed into a vivid memory. She found herself standing in a sunlit park, laughter ringing in her ears. Young Nora, vibrant and carefree, was holding hands with a boy named Alex, his face lit up with joy. But the scene quickly shifted. The laughter faded, replaced by the echoes of a harsh argument. She watched as her younger self and Alex faced each other, tears streaming down her cheeks as words of anger flew like daggers. "I never meant to hurt you," she heard her younger self plead. "Then why did you betray me?" Alex shouted, his voice filled with pain. "You never cared about us." Nora felt a wave of sorrow wash over her as she witnessed the unraveling of her first love. The argument spiraled out of control, ending with Alex storming away, leaving her standing alone, heartbroken. As the memory faded, Nora gasped, her chest tightening with the weight of the past. "I thought I had moved on, but I never truly accepted the pain of that loss." "Now you see," the figure said softly. "It's important to honor those feelings. They shaped you into who you are today." Nora nodded, her mind racing with understanding. "What about the other symbols? I need to know more." They moved to the next symbol, the crumpled photograph. "This one, it must represent the day I lost my grandmother," she murmured, recalling the grief that had consumed her. In an instant, the scene shifted again. They stood in a dimly lit hospital room, the sterile smell of antiseptic in the air. Young Nora sat by her grandmother's bedside, clutching a faded photograph of the two of them at the beach, both smiling brightly. "I'll always be with you, dear," her grandmother whispered, her voice weak but warm. "Remember the love we shared. It will guide you." Nora felt tears prick at her eyes as the memory enveloped her. "I never got to say goodbye," she choked out, regret flooding her heart. "I always felt like I had failed her." "You didn't fail her," the figure reminded her gently. "You were a child, learning to navigate loss. Accepting this memory will help you honor her legacy." The scene shifted once more, the hospital room fading into mist. They stood before the final symbol, the intertwined hands. Nora hesitated, feeling a sense of dread. "This one? I don't want to face it." "Sometimes the hardest memories hold the most important truths," he said, encouraging her. "Trust that you are ready." With a heavy heart, Nora reached out and touched the symbol. The world around them blurred and transformed, revealing a moment she had buried deep within. A heated argument with her best friend, Lila, over something trivial that had spiraled out of control. "I can't believe you would do this to me," Lila shouted, her face flushed with anger. "I thought you were my best friend. Maybe you should have thought about that before you started dating him." Young Nora retaliated, her words sharp and bitter. Nora watched, horrified, as her younger self stormed away, the bond with her friend severed in an instant. "I pushed her away," she whispered, guilt washing over her like a tidal wave. "We never reconciled. This is a part of you that needs healing," the figure said. "Friendship, love, and loss. Each one is intertwined. You must confront your role in the pain of others as well as your own." Nora nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I see now. I didn't just lose them. I lost a part of myself in the process." The forest around them began to shift, the trees brightening as they entered a new realm filled with color and light. Nora felt a surge of warmth, as if she were being embraced by the very essence of the forest. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Now you integrate these truths into your life," the figure replied. "You've faced your past, acknowledged your pain, and learned from it. Embrace these lessons as you move forward." Nora took a deep breath, feeling lighter than ever. "I'm ready. I won't let my past define me anymore." As they walked hand in hand into the radiant light ahead, Nora felt a sense of hope blooming within her, ready to forge a new path. A path filled with acceptance, love, and the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The vibrant world around Nora glowed with the colors of renewal, yet a sense of urgency pulsed beneath the surface. The forest, once a haven of discovery, began to shift again, dark shadows creeping back into view. The figure beside her, still shrouded in mystery, stopped abruptly, his expression turning grave. "Nora," he said, his voice low and serious, "the journey isn't over. The shadows you faced are only part of the truth. Now you must confront what lies beneath, your fears and the darkness that haunts you. Nora felt a chill run down her spine as the shadows thickened, enveloping them like a fog. What do you mean? I thought I had faced my past. You have faced your memories, but now you must confront the parts of yourself you've hidden away, the parts you've tried to forget. Follow me, he instructed, gesturing into the deepening gloom. Nora's heart raced as they ventured into the dark. The air grew cold, and an unsettling silence wrapped around them. Each step echoed loudly in her ears, amplifying her anxiety. What should I expect? She whispered, her voice trembling. Fear is a powerful force, he replied, but it's essential to confront it directly. You must not shy away from what you've kept buried. As they moved deeper into the shadows, Nora recalled the feeling she had tried to escape, the moments of self-doubt, insecurity, and fear that had plagued her for so long. Suddenly, the darkness coalesced into a figure, cloaked and menacing, with eyes that glowed like embers. Welcome back, Nora, it hissed, its voice dripping with malice. You thought you could leave me behind? Nora stumbled back, her heart pounding. Who are you? She gasped. I am your fear, the figure said, stepping closer, its presence suffocating. I am the doubt that whispers you are unworthy, the shame that binds you. You cannot escape me. Nora's instinct screamed at her to flee, but the figure beside her held her steady. You must confront it, acknowledge its power, but don't let it control you. I felt unworthy, Nora stammered, the figure's words resonating deep within her. I've doubted my place in the world, my abilities. I've always compared myself to others, convinced that I would never measure up. Exactly, the dark figure sneered. You are nothing without me. You will always be second best, never worthy of love or success. Nora felt the weight of its words pressing down on her, but she took a deep breath, recalling the strength she had gained in the light. No, she said firmly, her voice gaining strength. I am worthy. I have value beyond measure. The dark figure faltered, its form flickering. You think you can banish me? I am a part of you. Maybe you were, Nora countered, but I've faced my past. I've learned from my pain. I will not let you control me any longer. As she spoke, the warmth of the light she had encountered began to flow back into her, brightening the darkness around her. The figure beside her stepped forward, channeling the light towards the shadowy form. Embrace your truth, Nora, he urged. Face it with love, not fear. Nora felt a surge of courage as she stepped closer to the dark figure. I acknowledge you, but you do not define me. I am more than my fears. With those words, the darkness around her began to crack, fissures of light breaking through. The shadowy figure writhed, its form losing cohesion as the light consumed it. And oh, it screamed, its voice echoing in the void. You cannot escape me. I'm not escaping you, Nora declared. I'm transforming you into strength. You are a part of my journey, but you will no longer hold power over me. With a final burst of light, the dark figure imploded into a flurry of sparks, dissolving into nothingness. Nora gasped as the shadows retreated, the forest around her brightening once more. The figure beside her smiled gently, pride shining in his eyes. You've done it, Nora. You've faced your fears and reclaimed your power. I feel lighter, she said, breathing deeply. Like I've shed a weight I didn't even realize I was carrying. You have. The path to healing is never easy, but acknowledging your fears is the first step towards true freedom. Are you ready to move forward? He asked. Nora nodded, a renewed sense of purpose filling her. Yes, I'm ready. I want to embrace my journey and share it with others. As they walked hand in hand, the forest transformed around them once more, the vibrant colors of spring bursting forth. Nora could feel the energy of the earth beneath her feet, each step grounding her further in her truth. Remember, the figure said, the journey is ongoing. Embrace the light, honor the past, and remain open to new experiences. With those words echoing in her mind, Nora felt a profound sense of hope and determination. She was ready to explore the world beyond the forest, knowing that each step would lead her closer to understanding herself and sharing her journey with those who needed it most. The vibrant energy surrounding Nora pulsed with life as she and her companion moved deeper into the forest, their footsteps light upon the mossy ground. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow that felt like a promise of new beginnings. Nora's heart raced with anticipation, eager to see what lay ahead in her journey of self-discovery. As they walked, the figure beside her began to fade, his form becoming translucent. "We're approaching the next phase of your journey," he said, his voice soothing yet distant. "You're ready to uncover the secrets that have been hidden within you." "What kind of secrets?" Nora asked, her curiosity piqued. "Are they more memories?" "Yes, but these are different," he replied. "They are the truths you've kept from yourself, about your desires, your passions, and your true identity. Prepare yourself for a revelation." With a gentle push, he guided her to a clearing where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold, illuminating a small pedestal in the center. Upon it rested an ancient-looking box, intricately carved with symbols that resembled the one she had seen in the woods before. Nora approached the pedestal, her heart pounding. "What's in the box?" "Your hidden truths," he replied. "Open it, and you will discover the pieces of yourself that you've long neglected." With trembling hands, Nora reached for the box and lifted the lid. A soft light spilled out, enveloping her in warmth. Inside lay a collection of objects: a paintbrush, a journal, a locket, and a small music box. Each item resonated with a unique energy that tugged at her heart. "What do these mean?" she asked, puzzled yet intrigued. The figure gestured toward the paintbrush. "This represents your creativity, the artist within you that yearns to express itself. Have you allowed yourself to paint, to create, to explore that side of yourself?" Nora shook her head, guilt gnawing at her. "I used to love painting, but I haven't touched a brush in years. Life got in the way, and I convinced myself I didn't have time." "It's time to reclaim that part of you," he encouraged. "Art is a powerful form of expression. What stories do you want to tell through your creativity?" Next, Nora's eyes fell upon the journal, its leather cover worn and soft. "This journal, I used to write in it all the time. I poured my heart into those pages." "Writing is a way to connect with your innermost thoughts," he said. "What do you want to write about now?" "I want to share my journey," she replied, inspiration bubbling within her. "To help others who feel lost like I did." As she spoke, she felt the weight of the journal lift, as if it were inviting her to fill its pages with her story. Her gaze shifted to the locket, which was delicate and ornate. She opened it to reveal a tiny photograph of her grandmother. "This was my grandmother's," she said, tears forming in her eyes. "She always believed in my dreams. Honor her memory by pursuing those dreams," he said gently. "She will guide you as you embrace your true self." Finally, Nora picked up the small music box. When she opened it, a soft, haunting melody filled the air, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. "I remember this tune," she whispered. "It was the last song she played for me before she passed." "Music is a powerful connector to emotion and memory," he said. "Allow it to inspire you. Let it be a reminder of your love for her and your passion for life." Nora closed her eyes, letting the melody wash over her, awakening feelings she had buried beneath layers of doubt and fear. Each object symbolized a part of her that she had neglected, but now, standing in this radiant clearing, she felt an overwhelming desire to reclaim her passions. "I'm ready to embrace my creativity," she declared, a newfound determination lighting her spirit. "I want to paint, to write, and to share my story with the world." "Good," the figure said, a smile spreading across his face. "But remember, with each step toward embracing your true self, there will be challenges. You must stay committed to your journey, no matter what obstacles you face." Nora nodded, feeling the weight of his words. "I will. I've faced my fears, and I won't let anything hold me back now." As she gathered the items from the box, the clearing began to shimmer with energy, and the trees around them swayed gently, as if celebrating her revelation. She could feel the support of the forest, the whispers of encouragement echoing through the leaves. "What happens next?" she asked, her heart racing with excitement. "You'll take these truths and carry them with you as you venture into the world beyond this forest," he said. "You'll begin to weave your story, and through that, you'll inspire others." With a wave of his hand, the figure began to dissolve into the light, leaving only a faint glow behind. "Trust in yourself, Nora. Embrace your journey, and never forget the strength you've discovered within." As the last remnants of his presence faded, Nora felt a surge of energy coursing through her. She stood in the clearing, clutching the paintbrush, journal, locket, and music box tightly to her chest. Her heart brimmed with hope, determination, and the promise of new beginnings. With each step she took away from the clearing, the forest felt more alive, the colors more vibrant, and the air rich with possibility. Nora was ready to embrace her path, ready to share her journey, and ready to reclaim her life. The vibrant hues of the forest surrounded Nora as she stepped out of the clearing, each footfall echoing with newfound purpose. The sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves enveloped her like a warm embrace, urging her onward. With the paintbrush, journal, locket, and music box safely tucked away, she felt a renewed sense of confidence swelling within her. As she walked, a thought crossed her mind. How would she share her story with the world? The idea excited her, but it also filled her with a tinge of apprehension. What if others didn't understand? What if they dismissed her? But she quickly quelled those thoughts, remembering the strength she had found in confronting her fears. Suddenly, a shimmering figure appeared before her, emerging from the depths of the trees. It was a woman, ethereal and graceful, with flowing hair that danced like strands of sunlight. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom and kindness. "Nora," the woman said, her voice melodic, "you are on the cusp of a significant transformation. The path you've chosen will lead you to many adventures." "Who are you?" Nora asked, awestruck by the figure's presence. "I am Lyra, a guide of sorts," she replied, stepping closer. "I have witnessed your journey and your courage. You've confronted your fears and embraced your true self. But the world outside this forest holds more challenges and opportunities for growth." "What do you mean?" Nora inquired, curiosity flooding her. "There are those who will benefit from your story," Lyra explained, her gaze steady and encouraging. "You must share it, but first you need to prepare. There will be trials that test your resolve and determination." Nora's heart raced. "What kind of trials?" "Trials that require you to be vulnerable," Lyra said, her tone serious. "You will face doubts and setbacks, but each experience will strengthen your voice. Remember, authenticity resonates with others." Nora nodded, her thoughts racing. "I want to help others who feel lost like I did. I want to inspire them to embrace their own journeys." "Then you must first embrace your own story fully," Lyra encouraged. "Start by sharing your experiences with those you trust. Gather a circle of support, and let their encouragement bolster your confidence." Nora took a deep breath, considering Lyra's words. "I have friends and family who care about me. I can start there." Lyra smiled warmly. "Exactly. They will help you see your journey from new perspectives, and their encouragement will fuel your passion." Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a vision began to unfold before Nora's eyes. She saw herself standing in a small, cozy cafe, sharing her story with a group of attentive listeners. The room was filled with a warm ambience, laughter, and an openness that resonated deeply within her. "It's happening," she whispered, her heart swelling with anticipation. "Yes, but the journey is just beginning," Lyra said, her voice echoing like a gentle reminder. "You must gather your courage, for there will be moments when the shadows threaten to return." "I'm ready," Nora asserted, her determination shining through. "I've faced the darkness before. I won't let it hold me back." "Very well," Lyra replied, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. "The first step is to return to your community. Find a gathering place where you can share your journey, whether it's a local group or a digital platform. Let your voice be heard." With newfound clarity, Nora's mind raced with ideas. "I can create a blog, start a social media account, or even host a small gathering at home. I want to create a safe space for others to share their stories too." "Excellent," Lyra encouraged, her presence brightening. "As you embark on this journey, remember that every voice matters. Your story will resonate with those who need to hear it, sparking connections that transcend boundaries." Nora felt a wave of excitement wash over her. "I'll do it. I'll gather my friends and family, share my journey, and create a space for others to share theirs too." "Go forth, brave heart," Lyra said, slowly dissolving into the soft light of the forest. "Embrace your truth, and let your journey unfold. The world awaits your story." As Lyra faded away, Nora felt a renewed sense of purpose swell within her. She turned and walked toward the forest's edge, her heart beating in sync with the vibrant world around her. Each step felt lighter, filled with possibility. Reaching the clearing where the trees thinned, Nora could see the town in the distance, bustling with life and energy. The path ahead was clear, and she could feel the whispers of encouragement guiding her forward. As she stepped out of the forest, she took a moment to breathe in the fresh air, the scent of blooming flowers and new beginnings wrapping around her. She felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Her heart raced as she imagined the faces of her friends and family, their support and encouragement fueling her determination. Nora knew the journey wouldn't be easy, but she was ready to embrace the adventure. With each step toward her community, Nora felt the weight of the past lift. She was no longer just a survivor of her story. She was a storyteller, ready to inspire others to embrace their own journeys. Nora stood at the entrance of her home, her heart pounding with anticipation and a hint of nerves. She had spent the entire week preparing for this moment, transforming her living room into a cozy gathering space. Soft blankets were draped over chairs, candles flickered in strategic corners, and a small table was laden with snacks and drinks. She wanted to create an inviting atmosphere where her friends and family could feel comfortable sharing their own stories. As the doorbell rang, Nora took a deep breath, reminding herself of the courage she had discovered within the forest. She opened the door to find her closest friends standing there, smiles beaming on their faces. "Surprise!" they shouted in unison, holding up flowers and homemade treats. Nora's heart swelled with gratitude as she welcomed them in, the warmth of their presence filling her home. Once everyone was settled, Nora gathered her courage and stood before them, her hands trembling slightly. "Thank you all for being here tonight," she began, her voice steadying with each word. "I wanted to create a space where we could share our stories, our journeys, our struggles, and our triumphs. I believe that by sharing, we can support each other and find strength together." Her friends exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. It was evident they had sensed her transformation, the energy in the room crackling with anticipation. "I'll start," said Ava, her best friend since childhood. "I've been feeling lost in my career lately. I'm not sure if I'm on the right path, and I often feel overwhelmed." Nora listened intently as Ava spoke, her heart aching for her friend. "It's okay to feel that way," Nora replied gently. "Sometimes, we need to take a step back and reassess what truly makes us happy." As Ava shared her thoughts, others began to open up as well. Max spoke about his struggles with self-doubt, while Sarah shared her journey of battling anxiety. One by one, they peeled back the layers of their lives, exposing vulnerabilities they had kept hidden. Nora felt a sense of camaraderie building among them. They were all on unique journeys, yet there was an undeniable connection in their struggles. Each story shared created a ripple effect of understanding and support, reinforcing the very purpose of the gathering. When it was Nora's turn, she took a deep breath and opened up about her recent transformation. "I spent a long time feeling stuck and lost, unsure of who I was or what I wanted. But after confronting my fears and embracing my creativity, I realized that I have a story to tell, and so do all of you." As she spoke, she felt a wave of empowerment wash over her. "I want to inspire you to embrace your own stories, to pursue your passions, and to support each other in this journey. We are stronger together." Tears glistened in her friend's eyes, and the atmosphere shifted to one of profound understanding. It was a moment of vulnerability, honesty, and acceptance, a sacred space where everyone felt safe to express themselves. Encouraged by their responses, Nora reached for the journal she had brought, opening it to reveal blank pages. "Let's create a collective journal," she suggested. "Each of us can contribute our thoughts, experiences, and dreams. This will be a reminder of our strength and support for one another." Her friends exchanged enthusiastic nods, and one by one, they began to write in the journal, sharing snippets of their lives, dreams, and the lessons they had learned along the way. Nora watched in awe, her heart swelling with pride and joy as they embraced this new tradition. As the evening unfolded, laughter and tears mingled, weaving a tapestry of emotions that bound them together. They spoke of dreams that felt distant yet attainable, of fears that had threatened to hold them back, and of moments that had defined them. As the night drew to a close, Nora looked around at the faces of her friends, people she cherished deeply. "Thank you for being here, for sharing your stories," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "You have inspired me to continue this journey, and I hope we can all support one another as we pursue our passions." With hugs and promises to meet again soon, Nora watched as her friends departed, each one leaving behind a little piece of their hearts in the gathering. She felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing that she had created a safe space for others to connect and share. As she tidied up, her heart was light, and a smile danced on her lips. The night had been transformative, not just for her, but for all of them. They had begun to forge a community that thrived on vulnerability, creativity, and shared experiences. Nora picked up the journal, flipping through the pages filled with heartfelt words and aspirations. She could feel the energy radiating from it, a collective spirit of support and encouragement. In that moment, she realized that her journey was just beginning. With her friends by her side, she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She was no longer just a survivor of her story. She was a storyteller, a creator, and a beacon of hope for others seeking their paths. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of inspiration and creativity. Nora found herself in a constant state of motion, embracing the newfound momentum that her gathering had ignited. Each week, she met with her friends, and they continued to add entries to the collective journal, sharing not just their struggles, but also their triumphs and dreams. Nora began writing her own story. She poured her heart into her words, detailing her journey from darkness into light, capturing the essence of her transformation. It was liberating, and with each page she filled, she felt lighter, as if shedding the weight of her past insecurities. She started a blog, sharing her writings and insights, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. People resonated with her story, and she found herself connecting with readers from all walks of life. But even amid the excitement, shadows lingered. Old fears would occasionally creep back in, doubts about whether she was truly making a difference, whether her words were enough to inspire others. During those moments, she would revisit the forest, standing in the clearing where she had confronted her deepest fears. The memories of Lyra's words echoed in her mind, reminding her of the strength she had discovered within herself. One sunny afternoon, as she sat beneath a tree with her journal in hand, she decided to write a letter to her past self. She poured her heart into the page, detailing all the things she wished she had known during her darkest days, about the importance of vulnerability, the power of community, and the beauty of embracing one's true self. "Dear Nora," she began, "you are stronger than you know. Every struggle you face is a step toward becoming who you are meant to be. Don't be afraid to share your story. Your voice matters. There are people out there who will resonate with your journey, and together, you will create something beautiful." When she finished, she carefully tucked the letter into the journal, sealing it with a promise to always remember her journey and to never shy away from sharing her truth. As summer approached, Nora organized a larger gathering, inviting not only her friends, but also others from her community who had expressed interest in sharing their own stories. The idea thrilled her, but also filled her with trepidation. What if the turnout was small? What if she couldn't manage the larger group? On the day of the event, Nora arrived at the community center early, setting up chairs and arranging refreshments. The air was filled with nervous excitement, and as attendees began to trickle in, she felt a familiar flutter of anxiety. But as she looked around, she saw the smiles and warm greetings exchanged between people. Old friends hugged, and new faces mingled, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie that made her heart swell with gratitude. Nora realized that the space was already charged with a sense of belonging, a testament to the community they were building together. When it was time to start, Nora stood before the group, her voice trembling slightly as she welcomed everyone. "Thank you all for being here today," she said, her heart pounding. "This gathering is a space for sharing our stories, our journeys, and our dreams. I believe that in sharing, we find connection, understanding, and strength." She encouraged others to step forward, and one by one, people began to share their stories, each one unique and powerful. Some spoke of heartache and loss, while others shared their triumphs and aspirations. Nora watched as a beautiful tapestry of experiences unfolded before her, each voice echoing with authenticity and courage. As the event progressed, Nora felt a sense of unity blossoming within the room. They were all there to support one another, to lift each other up, and to remind one another that they were not alone in their struggles. As the gathering drew to a close, Nora took a moment to reflect on the journey she had embarked on. She realized how far she had come, from a place of fear and uncertainty to a space filled with love, support, and connection. The energy in the room was palpable, a shared understanding that they were all in this together. "Thank you for sharing your stories tonight," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "Each of you has inspired me in ways I can't fully express. Remember, our stories have the power to heal, to connect, and to create change. Let's continue to support one another as we navigate our journeys." As everyone clapped and cheered, Nora felt a wave of joy wash over her. She had stepped in her truth and embraced her role as a storyteller. She was not just sharing her story, but creating a platform for others to share theirs, fostering a community rooted in understanding and acceptance. Later that evening, as Nora sat on her porch, watching the stars twinkle above, she felt a profound sense of peace. The shadows of her past had not disappeared, but they no longer held power over her. Instead, they had transformed into stepping stones that had led her to this moment. She smiled, feeling a deep connection to the journey ahead. With her journal in hand and her friends by her side, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The stories she would continue to share would inspire others to embrace their own journeys, just as she had embraced hers. Nora closed her eyes, breathing in the cool night air, and for the first time in a long time, she felt truly free. The woman who had once wandered lost in the shadows had found her light, and she was ready to shine bright. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.